Mada, Director in charge for Library, Arjun Singh Library.
On behalf of the editors of this Springer book, The Quintessence of Basic and Clinical Research and Scientific Publishing, Dr. Gaura, Jagadish, myself, and Dr. Fortunata Senator, we would like to donate a copy of this book to the Library of Periyar Thidal, Chennai. And I kindly request our Honorable Member Board of Management to receive the book. Thank you, sir.
We request our most respected the Member Board of Management, Mr. V. Anburaj sir, to honor Dr. Balakumar Pichai on behalf of Department of Biotechnology for publishing an article in Nature and for a Springer book.
Dear delegates, a overwhelming response to attend this international symposium has been received from Dr. Kalam College of Pharmacy, Peravurani, Avanam, Peravurani. To appreciate their active involvement, we would like to provide a memento to Mr. Vimal Kumar of Dr. Kalam College of Pharmacy. Mr. Vimal, please come and collect. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mr. Sangeeta, Ms. Sangeeta. Both can come and collect the memento and the appreciation awards. Totally 43 participants have been registered from this particular institution. Thank you very much. Nice. Next appreciation award goes to JKK Nataraja College of Pharmacy, from where 25 participants have registered. Since all are attending online, so we will be sending this one through post. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Veluswamy sir, to attend his inaugural address. Thank you, sir.
Very pleasant good morning to all of you, joined both in online and offline. The most respected and beloved chief guest of the day, the great personality in the field of pharmacology and toxicology, G. Jagadish sir from Maryland, USA, and our most beloved member, the Board of Management, Mr. Anburaj sir, who is going to deliver a special address on this occasion. And beloved, my colleague, Director for Research, Training and Publishing, Professor Balakrishna Pichai, and beloved, the Registrar and Director for Innovation and IPR, Dr. Kumaran sir, and other directors of research and deans of various faculties, dean academics, head of the departments, directors, and professors, and participant of this particular international symposium, and research scholars, student friends, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be with you in the pleasant morning and participate in the inaugural session of the one-day international symposium on demystifying the intricacies of research methodology, scientific publishing and patenting, organized by the Research and Development Cell of our institute. So on this happiest occasion, on behalf of our esteemed Chancellor of our institute and on behalf of the Periyar Maniam Institute of Science and Technology, and my own behalf, I convey my heartiest greetings and best wishes for all of you, and also my best wishes for the every success of this international symposium. We are extremely very glad to have our great personality, Jagadish sir, to be with us. He is a specialist in food technology, and also is toxicology and pharmacology, all that. So your presence will definitely enter our research scholars. He is in the field of pharmacology for more than 35 years, and his age is about 75. What he said, you won't believe his age is 75. I was just commenting that, sir, you are a specialist in food technology. So can you just tell us the secret of our food habits so that we can also be like you? So definitely the guidance on this occasion, the food for thought, definitely make you do good research in the field of even the engineering technology and other areas. He is having a very vast experience in research and publication. He is the right person to have him as a chief guest. I congratulate the organizing committee bring him to this platform. And also, needless to say rather, nowadays the research point of view, look at it, the education, people used to say, is the greatest weapon for any country's development. And again, the industrial development is the backbone of any country, economic development, probably you are aware that. So for this, for economic development, upliftment of industry development, so we have to do a good research, a quality research, high quality research. Are we really doing good research? That is the question. That's the reason, this platform going to discuss, I hope that rather. If you look at it, the research publication point of view, top in the world is probably, people used to say, China, then USA, then UK, the India comes later, probably. But the type of research, mainly, the toxic in research, probably, or pollution in research is more, earlier people used to say China. China publicate, they manipulate data, they manipulate, interpret things, fake information and so on. But slowly, India is jumping into or following the China path. The reason the Hindu paper, probably you can see that, the engineering technology, the 50% of now publications, almost the transition from last decade to this decade, look at it, a 50% increase of the the polluted research publication or fake publication, or probably you can add up that, or erratic data, all that, without, depth analysis, the data collection, the sampling, all that, you know that. The sample, they get random sample or convenient sample, I don't know what is that, and exactly really what type of conclusion they are getting it. And they do it only for a small region, and finally they conclude that it can be applicable for everywhere, all over the world, and so on. So that's the reason, the discipline is much, much important in research. That is what the platform is going to do that. Now you talk about, what we need after all. We need a peaceful world and a healthy world. The India is top in population, and we should also definitely top in research. That's what we need. And we should have a highest, youngest population also. That's what our Dr. Abdul Kalam dreamt that. India definitely will become superpower. The reason is the youngest population is highest at present in India than all other country. If they are put in a real constructive path, definitely India will be top of the world. I hope that. The thing is, even Tandai Periyar used to say rather, you should have first, a discipline is much, much important. A discipline in every walk of life, including research, what I feel rather. So discipline in a good research, a quality research, high standard research, there definitely we can come up. It doesn't mean that, doing a good research, you don't have any tools rather. So we have a number of literatures to guide us, number of tools to actually to eliminate the pollution or toxicity, what is existing in a research publication or paper. You can, the plagiarism checker, all that, lot of things are there, lot of tools, softwares are there, not like those days. And the publishing avenues also very high nowadays. So you can make use of that. Even nowadays, we talk about, even writing a paper using artificial intelligence like Chat GPT. Another thing is a powerful tool. People used to say Google Gemini. A number of versions rather, Ultra or Pro or Nano tools are there. Even the coding conversion, all that, automatically it will do rather. And so a lot of things are there, but you have to use best. And you have to make good publications so that our generation will come up. Definitely the future generation will also benefit. What we do, that what our children also will do. So we have to leave the future. We should be a leader of a future generation. That is much, much important. If nowadays, if you look at it, the humanities research, if comparatively the last decade, present decade publication, the fake publication is more than 500% increasing. You can see the data which is in recently a paper in a Hindu paper that this article has come rather. So the humanities paper, a lot of in fake publications are there, fake data is there, fake analysis are there, and so better to avoid this. And what maybe the platform has to guide the student as or the research scholar is. We had to make a disciplined society to provide a disciplined research. Whatever research we do, that should be useful to the society, that applied oriented. The basic research may be strong, then only the applied research will be also strong, so that we will also benefit, the society also benefit. And what everybody dreamt for that. And not only that, whenever you do research, you have to keep in mind that always a sustainable research concept rather. So and not only that, eco-friendly concept also. Nowadays, pollution, not only that, the environmental pollution also going there, like the pollution, what research we are also finding that. So how we are going to eliminate the environment pollution, the same way the pollution what is existing in research also we have to eliminate. I hope that this platform will guide you and you youngsters to follow it up. That is the message. I want to just to do this, and we have to make a peaceful and a better world for future generation, and see that everyone to get everything, that egalitarian society, that what we are aiming. So hope that we can achieve. So with this, once again, I congratulate the organizing committee organizing this event, and I hope the director of research and development cell will organize some more similar programs in future also. So with this, I congratulate the organizing committee. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your delightful speech, sir. We feel very happy to invite our respect member board of management, Mr. V. Anburaj sir, to deliver his special address.
Respected VC sir, Registrar Madam, the co-editors of Springer Nature, Professor Dr. Jagdish, Professor Dr. Balakumar Pichai, our RN PhD, our R&D Director, Dr. Kumaran sir, and all the distinguished people who are going to address this symposium, dear scholars, esteemed guests, and fellow researchers around the globe. It's an honor to welcome you for this prestigious international symposium on scientific publishing and patenting. We gather here not just as participants for the event. We are the architects of the future, the stewards of innovation, and the champion of dissemination. In this interconnected world where boundaries blur and collaboration transits, because today we call ourselves the citizens of the planet, we don't have boundaries. Today we stand at the intersection of the discovery and dissemination, where our collective efforts shape the landscape of progress. Scientific publishing is the conduit through which our discoveries find resonance with the global community. In fact, I would like to mention, as our Chancellor usually mentions, about the Constitution of India, which talks about 51A, which specifies to develop the scientific temper, humanism, and spirit of inquiry and reform. They ask you to keep on progressing, think, and always question things, and that's what the lovely work these scholars are today doing. Equally paramount is the realm of the patenting, where innovation needs and meets protection. In an era defined by rapid technology, evolution, and the safeguarding of intellectual property becomes very, very crucial. Through patents, we not only preserve the integrity of our inventions, but also pave way for the practical application of groundbreaking discoveries, thereby catalyzing societal and economic reforms. As a scholar, you have to vanguard of knowledge, the pioneers of progress. Your research is a beacon that illuminates the path to a brighter and more sustainable future. Embrace this symposium as an opportunity to engage in an insightful dialogue, forge collaborative partnership, and chart the course of the next frontier of scientific exploration.
May the discussions inspire you, the connections you forge propel you, and the knowledge you acquire to empower you to be as a catalyst for positive change. Together, we can all amplify the impact of our research, transcending borders and leaving the indelible mark on the tapestry of human achievements. When we were discussing about the co-editors here, I would like to mention special greetings, and it's a honor to have you, sir, Professor Dr. Jagdish, who was from USFTA, Maryland. We were having a discussion this morning. We met, and it's wonderful. If I go through his profile, it is so interesting. Okay, he has been serving the government, and after which he wants to serve the society with whatever knowledge, and he wants to share with you all. And I definitely expect you all to gather something and be in touch with him. For a lot of, he is very helpful. He has been across globally known, and he has also authored and co-authored several original articles, review articles, book chapters. Okay, he has edited 4 different books, and I'm very happy to have received and released this book, which was released a few months back in the international conferences of the pharmacology symposium. And today he is here present before you. In fact, I think we were running about 20 minutes later than whatever scheduled, but I'll try to catch up very fast, not taking much of your time. Equally important is Dr. Balamurugan Pichai here with us. We are proud to say from the management side that he is a part of PMIST, okay, where he has been always nominated for the 4th consecutive year as one of the world's second, and continuously he has been receiving. ஸ்டான்ஃபோர்ட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி மூலமாக இவர் சிறப்பாக பணிபுரிந்து 4 ஆண்டுகள் 2020, 2021, 2022, 23 ஆகிய இந்த டாப் 2% சயின்டிஸ்டில் தொடர்ந்து இவரை நாமினேட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க ஸ்டான்ஃபோர்ட் யூனிவர்சிட்டி. ஸோ இவங்க 2 பேரும் இணைஞ்சு இந்த நூல் இப்போ வெளியிட்ட அந்த புத்தகத்தில் 6 டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டான டாப்பிக்கை அவங்க எடிட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ பியூட்டிஃபுல்லாக இதை பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பெரிய வாய்ப்பு. When I was talking even to Professor this morning, he was telling, my aim is to ensure that the basic principles, basis, they have a strong basic, okay, before they proceed. இந்த அடித்தளத்தை நல்ல கட்டமைப்பை ரொம்ப சிறப்பாக பண்ணணுன்றது தான் அவங்க பண்ணுற வேலை. இது எப்போ ஸ்ட்ராங்காக இருக்கோ, your development can take, go ahead multiple times. So they are doing they are not concentrating on the top layer, they are focusing on the basement, which is very, very essential. Once the foundation is strong, you can keep on building and going great heights. இதை தான் நான் நம்புகிறேன். இங்கே வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து ஸ்காலர்ஸும் இந்த நேரத்தில் இதை பயன்பெற்று அவர்களுடைய எந்த சந்தேகம் இருந்தாலும் அவர்களுடையும் நீங்கள் அவருடைய பேச்சை முழுமையாக கேட்டு அவர்கள் சொல்லக்கூடிய கருத்துக்களை உள்வாங்கி அதை எப்படி இன்னும் சிறப்பாக செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று நீங்கள் அதை குறிப்பெடுத்து உங்கள் நண்பர்களிடம் பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு இந்த ஒரு நல்வாய்ப்பினை வழங்கிய நமது பல்கலைக்கழகத்திற்கும் இதோடு இணைஞ்சு நடத்தக்கூடிய இனோவேஷன் சென்டருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். வாழ்க பெரியார், வளர்க பகுத்தறிவு.
Thank you for your enlightening speech, sir. Dear participants, with this, we are closing the inaugural session and starting the technical session.
To begin with, let us invite Dr. P.K. Srividya ma'am, who is the first women registrar of Periyar Maniamma Institute of Science and Technology and professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. She has received several awards like Best ISTE Secretary Award for Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry and Best Chairman Award. She has authored 4 books, 3 PhD scholar and research scholar are working under her guidance. She has organized and attended 100 plus FTPs, workshops, conferences, symposium, seminar and webinars. To her credit, she has published 5 patents and 33 research articles in various national and international journals. Now, we invite ma'am to present her topic on the importance of research in academic and societal advancement. Welcome, ma'am.
Research means so they want to pursuing their PhD only because to acquire the professorship in the any teaching university. As far as India is concerned, so here the main thing is the eligibility criteria to enter into the teaching profession is now they make as a mandatory for the our regulatory bodies. So the regulatory bodies, they said the for acquiring their assistant professor, minimum entry level of assistant professor requires the UGC data SLET as well as PhD. That's why many students they are pursuing their PhDs, that is research. So that is the one thing. Already they have those who are attained their research, that is enter into the academic zone. They want to elevate themselves to their career advancement scheme. For another level of promotion avenue, they have to search for this kind of research. In truly speaking, after the acquiring the professor, that is getting your PhD, you forgot about your research. That at least minimum 80% of the faculty after that is receiving your PhD, they are not pursuing their research intensively. That is the case in India. As rightly pointed out by our Vice Chancellor during his inaugural address, many predatory journals are coming out in India. That is only because means every institution now they are stressing upon the minimum entry level is the PhD. So the passionate is not there means everybody they are looking within 2 years I want to do my PhD, within 3 years I want to do my PhD. Only the thing is 2 paper is mandatory to publish, that is getting the PhD degree. So for that they have to go for some other crossways. Instead of them, somebody is writing their journal, there is papers and somebody is doing the research, their degree is acquired by the individuals. What is the net outcome? He is not a good professor at all, right? How can he guide the supervisorship after his PhD? That's why 70 to 80% of the people, those who have acquired their PhD programs, after that they are not entitled into the research, basic research. Here the research is there, I already told this is a passion, right? So many things in India, no? That is the societal. I tap on this, that the academic is only the professor. Otherwise, you can go for the postdoc after that your PhD. Some of them interested in the extension of the research, very good researchers, they go for the opportunities. They are getting very big universities. they go for their postdoc programs, extension of their basic research, that is PhD degree. After 2 or 3 years postdoc, what they do? Again they coming for the academic or something else. Another opportunity is they may go for an entrepreneur or they can start up their startups. Like in US and other things, no, the people, those professors, they are in line with the industries. So what here lagging in the Indian scenario is only the teachers, professors, they are entitled only pure with the academics. And now only that NAP and other things, they are insisted to go with the industrial connect. So industrial is having this lot of problems and solutions. So anything that is industry connect related problems you solve, that is leads to the societal improvement. So my researchers, my request is that research, whatever you are doing the research. Say example, suppose one people that is in the composite area, many people they are doing, they are publishing papers, n number of papers in the composite areas. Simply they are changing the algorithm, that is changing their compositions by adding some nanoparticles, there's some improvement by they are doing it in the simulation, they publish the paper, very good papers. What is the end result of that particular paper? They get the degree, that's all. It will not come to the societal impact, right? If the same problem is associated with an automobile industry, that automobile industry, whatever the outcome, what we get it from the particular research, that could be incorporated in the automobile industry, that commercialization or patent or something else to be attained, then the result, the efficiency really improved some sort of things, means it is a very good move of in the research area. So many things like that, no, that is physics or chemistry. Recent, that is thanks to the COVID pandemic time. So the medical field, no, immediately they have come up with the evolve with some medicine for the COVID injection. They have got it for that. That is the research is very quickly researched, but trial and all they didn't go with the regular procedures. But trial they taken only with the humans majority. So that time also that is the result is come out. Failure may be plus or minus 1 or 2%, but the success rate is everybody is now we are in the safe zone of this after the COVID pandemic situations. I like that every that is the research is comes with an innovation. It leads to the pattern, and that pattern is lead to the commercialization and leads to the societal development. Many social sciences and social society, that is social researchers, they are doing the research in the social connect, that is like a social work or political science or whatever they are doing connect with the people, right? How to the mindset of the people, how the improvement of the people could be there in their research, how way the societal could be improved. So their findings could be incorporated, and they said that these are the findings, that findings to be taken to the root level and it will be achieved. So that is during the election time, no, that is the predictions, how they will collect this by the questionnaire or something else it is covered. In my memory, no, in Tamil Nadu or something else, earlier the Loyola College students used to get this kind of analysis and they will make as a publishing. That time and all media is not so popular. That time Loyola students are the professors, social science professors, they are doing their basic research to capture the mindset of the people, collecting the questionnaire. They said this party will win in the forthcoming elections, like that. So similar kind of that research after many people, many researchers, they intern into, right? Prashant Kishore, that is now he is making lot of money. He is only the researcher by way to observe the social, that is by people's mind, and the analysis. Only main thing is he is doing the analysis part, data analysis and data analytics part. He is doing that for that to collect the particular information and disseminating to that what is the strategy to improve. He is advising, but with the way he is earning lot of money. So the research is the passion. So only we have to confine all the academicians. We only confined with getting the PhD is not enough. So whatever the outcome, what we are getting the basic research is by simply we are patenting now. Simple patenting is not the good sign. As we used to always discuss with our research office, simply patent is very easy. Whatever the modification we are made in the particular system, we have to simply patent by a design pattern or something as innovations. But really when it could be applicable means, when our innovations or inventions could be taken into the rural community or the society, the people after the implementing the societal, need hours, that will be give the more vital role of the research satisfaction. What will happen means the satisfaction will be coming out only because of the implementation of the research outcome in a societal community development. So many things now, the climate change, everybody is talking about the climate change, and energy, environment is a talk of the day, right? Recent, that is stuff that is in the, even every step gives the learning step for us. How the predictions, how we have to make the harvesting, rainwater harvesting, through the experience, then how the research could be taken up by the particular aspects. So everybody that is research, no, simple civil engineering construction means civil engineering, what are the marvelous in the construction of the civil engineering, we have to do it with the incorporating our research, that will be implemented somewhere else to see that, okay, everything's time. That is doing the disaster, tsunami. After the tsunami only, that building constructions, they have incorporated some of the parameters in our construction area. So like that, the learning by experience, that leads to the academic essay. So any academic professor in line with an industry or in line with the societal, then only it will be come into the effect of the, get the net value of our research. So in US and other things, no, the professors I said, they have been utilizing for their startups. That is, they are mainly focused, they start whatever the innovation, whatever the research outcome they have come out from the academic research, they have been starting as a startup for their own faculty startup. Over a particular year of time, no, they don't get the fund from the university. They will be fully, that is repaying their innovations, repaying their by using their own startups, and they are employing many people in their particular company, and return back their university by giving them some corporate fellowship like that, they have investing. Similar kind of thing is to be required from Indian scenario. Now, we are lagging a lot. So industry is having lot of problems, we need they need lot of solutions. Even yesterday we had in our technology business incubator meeting, one of the board of directors is actually, he is requiring many solutions for his company. He is having the problem statement, he requested any student is there, we are sponsoring them for the consultancy work. So we will give sponsor for their research work. Like there, so many industries are coming up as part of the CS, not only CSR activities, many environmental clearance issues are there. So as a researcher, we have to be focused such a societal problem to be taken care of into our research area, core area. So every institutions or every individual or every supervisor has to decide the research area, identification of research area, the identification of the problem is the first and foremost for the research. Simply collecting literature survey and paper, after that slight modification based on the literature survey, modeling techniques, using the modeling techniques, and publishing the paper, getting the degree is not enough as far as now the scenario is revising. So reinventing. So earlier, no, 50 years back, whatever the research they are doing it, now we are in the backside to pull that thing, that is a correlation with the institute and industry linkage is more required as of now as India is concerned. Because we are, what Kalam says 2020 is the developed India. No, as said by our VC, the youngest populations is India is more, so we request more of innovations. More researchers should come for the innovations. At least 800 universities are there, means 800 universities, how many faculty positions should be coming for the research? Every institution, they are, every year they are giving at least 100 PhDs from reputed institutes, such NIT or IIT or something else. They are giving us a NIT PhDs of 100 students. They are coming out with the research. So saturation level will be coming up. All the whatever we get to the PhD scholars, they will be tied up with the industry. They are starting the industry, and that leads to society. That then only the India will be in a next a few years. It will be coming in the developed nations in a commercialization part and implementation part. So all the problem statements to be linked with the industry is my the first foremost important. So the academic research is how far the important to getting the acquiring knowledge to set your career path. It is more important. After the career path, what is the next level of these things? That is the most important criteria. So all the researchers, it's my humble request and advice, any societal related issues, please take it as a problem and solve and implement in a huge manners like our developing countries. Like some climate change means lot of avenues are there in the climate change. Lot of societal issues are, environment pollution issues are there. So how to eradicate the particular issues by doing our research? How it could be corrected? Earlier, no, only the academic research is live with the individual department wise. Focus is in the individual departments. Now it's interdisciplinary. Any computer science can contribute for the climate change modeling, or for the AI tool they can utilize it. So similar kind of interdisciplinary research could be evolved from the institution so that it will attract any social work, like political science, whatever may be, they can incorporate with the engineering solutions. The mathematics can incorporate with the engineering department, they will develop the one solutions. Even language department, they can contribute with it, engineering, associate with engineering. So multidisciplinary research should evolve in the academic zone so that you can interact with everyone. You will get an idea about the what the industry is need. So industry need maybe in a social aspect they may need. The HRs are there and other things are there. How the interpersonal relationship could be in the industry. That research part could be taken by one of the academic research area of the social science departments. So it could be in a variety of combination of the research could be taken place in the academic zone so that the evolvement, the final outcome is the societal improvement. So with this small introductory academic importance and research, so hope you will all do your research immediately. In the focus will be given in a diversification so that you at least out of my research I can contribute to the society development as a 0.01% means it gives you more satisfaction there rather than getting the PhD degree. With this I thank our director for giving me such opportunity. Thank you sir, thank you one and all.
Thank you for your tremendous presentation, ma'am. Now the session is open for discussion.
Research involving even including the language department, very much essential, especially correcting our manuscripts. So this is what I was telling the people, those who are in journalism, those in English department, they play a vital role in reviewing the manuscript and polishing it, greasing it so that it can be acceptable in high impact journals. I think my job has become done very well. So now I should be able to summarize whether I can join the puzzle pieces together and I can begin my talk. Thank you so much. Really.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to invite our next resource person, Dr. Gaurangyanahali Jagadish, who has worked for more than 3 decades for the US FDA as a senior expert pharmacologist in the Office of Cardiology, Hematology, Endocrinology, and Nephrology at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. He has authored several original articles, review articles, book chapters, and edited 4 books. His current responsibilities include teaching and advising graduate and doctoral students. Now, Dr. Gaurangyanahali Jagadish to present his topic entitled The Roadmap to Successful Research, Embarking on Research and Principles of Research Process. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate for inviting me to this forum, and also I thank our Vice Chancellor, our Registrar, Dr. Srividya, and Dr. Sundaram, and also Board of Management for giving me this opportunity to be here to address students, staff, and faculty, and other people who are deeply interested in basics of research. It is a wonderful morning, and I thank you so much for the invitation. And as the title shows here, the roadmap to research. That is, how do you proceed? That's fine, thank you so much. And how do you proceed from the basics, that is the concepts of research. This is what Vice Chancellor and also Dr. Srividya was talking about, the basic parts of the research, how one can proceed when you as a graduate student, as a postgraduate student, as a doctoral student, you join for research. And how do you next 45 minutes I should be able to work on this one. How do you move smoothly from step by step by go up in the ladder in your academic career? The more important is how much you well understand the process of research. I would like to overview this one. Chapter 1 of our book, especially section 1, chapter 1 we have written overviewing this one. Then takes over to chapter 2 and 3, giving the fundamental aspects. So the first section of our book deals with all these aspects. Those of you who are interested, they can browse through that one and see that how we carry out the fundamentals before we venture into section 2, section 3. Then we keep on building up, go up all the way to the top level, then publish our work and patent it. And of course last talk will be about the patenting, innovation and other things, and that will be discussed in the last one. That is a very nice one where we will be able to reach our summit. Next slide please. Next, keep on moving. And what defining about the research aspect, what is research? That means research is the original intellectual investigation undertaken to gain or establish new knowledge. I put the word here, new knowledge. It is not the old one. It is not that the people say that it is the new wine in a old bottle or something. So it is not that one. We are stressing more on the conquering the new aspects, that is advancement of existing knowledge. Already we got something, a basic is already there. How we keep more and more things will be added to this knowledge of science. That means brick by brick, everybody puts one brick like this way. Then you proceed. You don't want to revisit what has already been done. You'll be adding more and more to the knowledge that is existing knowledge, or you can acquire new knowledge and you can improve over the existing one also, leading to a new understanding that was not previously known. Fill the potential knowledge gaps. Any gap is existing in your, next one please, and next whatever knowledge you are not existing, then that gap you fill up and proceed to the new one. I can proceed with this.
Could you speak only on the mic because the YouTube is running?
Okay.
So, just wherever if you turn, you can keep the mic.
Okay. Slide moving.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. This pointer also is there.
Yes. I think this.
Yeah, I is the pointer. Okay, I can control myself. And research is both theoretical and empirical. Theoretical because, it is starting point of the research. Starting for scientific research, conceptualize a research topic. This is a theoretical aspects because you build up the theory, writing part before you starting research. You write something, that is the protocol, methods, everything, that is theoretical aspects. Once theory is done, groundwork has been done, then you begin your research, that is the empirical part. All the plan studies involved based upon the theory, then you begin your experiments, observations, measurements, analyzing your data, transcripting and publishing. So understanding both theoretical aspects and empirical aspects are very important when you start your studies. See the scheme here, which gives everything. Research statement. You make this is what Vice Chancellor was talking about, research statement. Research statement made by the researcher, either a novice or established researcher or a student with the help of a guide, that is mentorship, and getting into review of literature, thorough knowledge about the subject. Then you will be able to get some ideas, what experiments can be done, how the research can be proceed. Then on this basis you come up with a research topic of your research, that is the title of your research. Once the title is known, then you get into hypothesis, objectives one, then methods and design, based upon this one you do it, then laboratory clinical studies you start, and tablet analyze the studies, and publication process, that is the research process. This keep on cycle continues because you have to publish more and more papers, establish our as a leadership. That is the thing. Before you begin your research, you must consider three critical elements. That is the plan of study. You should have a very good plan of study. That is the research proposal. Then there should be a guide for you, mentor, and a good laboratory, good library. That is the infrastructure where you can start your, you can conduct your studies. Otherwise, without infrastructure, good infrastructure, a good school, good academic institution is very much essential. A protocol, that is the first beginning part I said about the planning. Planning means writing a protocol of your studies. You can write 1, 2, 3, 4 protocols depending upon number of years you study. For example, if it is a master degree, you will be having only 1 year to finish your experiments, so you will be having only short protocol, or there could be a long protocol. So depending upon your study, then it is, what is protocol? This is a structured outline of the thesis itself. If you are compiling for a thesis for MSc or MPharm or MTech, so thesis part, that means you write a protocol defining the different steps that we'll be discussing here in this talk. Then the protocol doesn't have any results because you have not started your experiments, no discussion, no conclusion. It is open-ended because you are beginning the study. A protocol, whether experimental, clinical, or a roadmap for research, that evolves from a basic outline, and here it is stuck here. Okay, this is the map. You can see that one. No, it's skipping. Okay, researcher write a study outline, a page listing concrete elements of the study, make a draft protocol based upon the review of literature, getting input from your guide, statistician, or your colleagues, friends can also help you pitch in so that you can make a final protocol. So you get approval so that you can begin your studies. The entire thing is known as anatomy of research. That is the theoretical aspects. Once the theory, everything is set, then you proceed with the study, perform the experiments, collect the data. That is the physiology of research. That is functioning part. Backbone is anatomy of this one. Putting into work is the physiology of research. Then you get into thesis and publication. What are the elements of this research protocol? What are the components involved in building up the protocol? Research topic is the essential one, based upon your novel idea, which I'll be discussing. What is this novel idea? Then background information comes from your review of literature, research questions, hypothesis, aims and objectives. One significance concerning your research. That is, Dr. Srividya was discussing about the fifth point, which I can also skip because a lot of things you learn from that talk. So this is the one I have given the scheme here. Research topic, which is the keystone of the study. Without title, which title should be able to define what experiments you are carrying it out. Then research question based upon the topic. Based upon these two things, you will get into hypothesis. What is the relationship? Phrase as a declarative statement, need a statistical testing. In case if you don't do any statistical testing, still you require a hypothesis to say that what is to be tested here. So you want to test something. That is the relationship. Then there will be a objective based upon the hypothesis. You will get some objectives, that is a researchable issue. What you want to do the studies? How do you get into methods? What is the operating procedure here, SOP? So that will be coming from the objectives one. Based on objectives, you will get to the methods. Then significance of the study. Research topic, the first one. The research topic is the keystone of the scientific enterprise. It begins the project, drives the entire study, and is crucial in moving the project forward, dictates the remaining elements of the study. So without having a topic, you cannot further proceed. So research statement followed by research topic. Your starting point for anything is your idea. For idea, you get idea based upon your review of literature. So subject knowledge, some discussion, brainstorming with your guide is essential so that you can get into a research statement. That is the idea detection, idea flashes. If you are an experienced researcher, for a mentor who is already doing work in the field, or if you are a voracious reader, if you keep on reading literature, you will get all these things and ideas will flash. Idea, what is idea? Idea is the product of creativity and critical thinking, combination of both creativity and then you critical thinking about the problem. The basis of generating novel ideas based upon the review of literature, it should be Nivea, there should be novel, intentional, valuable, then there should be excellent, and it should be able to achievable in a given time frame. 1 year, 3 year thesis should be able to do it. That is, that idea should be concept, that's one. That means the best research idea is slowly you develop. You read all the things, keep on putting one by step, the concrete. That means it is the creativity and followed by the critical thinking and logics applies in getting it a suitable problem which should not fail when you pursue study, because you cannot do any discoveries in the beginning itself, because you keep on discovering one, second one, third one, nowhere you'll end up, because time is very important. So that's why you have to get into the right problem so that you can start your experiments, finish on time. See, creativity, how the creativity comes. In a harsh environment, you think a lot. When poor people cannot afford to purchase about 1,000 rupees of carom board, they can discover something on the soil itself, on the ground. So don't you think it's a very creativity? What about in Mahabharata we read about Ekalavya. Ekalavya was not having any formal training. Just by putting the statue of Drona, he was able to practice his archery. So that is the creativity. So creativity comes if everything is given luxury thing, you never think anything about it. Something lacking, you want to discover, yes, something I don't have. So that see, when it's raining, how you can satisfy your children. So this is nothing but a creativity. So a lot of examples, especially these advertisement people, they do a lot of this creativity, creative ideas come to their mind. And also, for example, when you see that the TV advertisements, they're having a lot of ideas. Whatever screenplay writers, they got ideas. Movie directors, music people, that is a choreograph the dance to a particular music, particular song, the lyrics, they do it. They're having a lot of ideas. Scientists, they've got ideas. So a lot of people, so we get lot of ideas which keep on doing work. That's why the world is progressing, keep on making a lot of innovations. They're all based upon ideas. Successful research requires several modes of thought: creative thinking, critical thinking, divergent thinking, convergent thinking. All thinking process is very essential before you build up your creative thinking. Is precedes, that is creativity followed by creative thinking. They are the originally precise because they are new. Creative thinking focuses and then becomes a divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So first beginning will be creativity, creative thinking, and once you get lot of ideas, that is known as the divergent. You cannot work on all the ideas because time is important. Then you focus, narrow down to only one idea you pursue. So that is known as the convergent. You converge to one idea from the divergent, possible solutions, and narrow down to one solution. That is known as the convergent process. So divergent thinking, ability to elaborate, think of diverse and original ideas. Then convergent is to settle upon one idea or one topic, because you cannot put your hands everywhere. See, this is how you proceed. In my previous book, we discussed about all these things. Lot of ideas narrowed down to one idea. Again, this one idea, again think about further narrowing down to one, further narrowing to one. So in this case, from 1,000, 100, 10, then come to one idea. So consider the possibilities depending upon the laboratory equipment, whether you have or not. So this way brainstorming is very much essential. Critical thinking is refinement of creative process that allows the individual to identify gaps in the literature. It is the creative aspect of problem identification is the creativity, the creative thinking, and molding it into a tangible set of concepts, that is a hypothesis, followed by objective ones. So thus critical thinking is a convergent thinking as part of creative and analytical thinking and applying logic so as to get it narrowed down to one field. Successful research incorporates all identified thinking paradigms deployed both sequentially and in parallel. So you require all sort of thinking process. The idea is a product of creativity and critical thinking. The brilliant, novel idea should be turned into work. I got a lot of ideas, but if you don't put into work, there is a useless one. It becomes unproductive one in that case. And then put into work, then innovation, patent, commercialization. Otherwise, what happens is uneconomical, waste of time, wasting the resources. So just because thinking in the chair and keep on coining lot of ideas of no use unless you get into work mode. See the thinking process, how it works. The whole thing is summarized in this slide. Creativity, which is the basis of developing ideas. Everybody is creative. We're all born creative and we're all intelligent. Nobody is dull, nobody lacks ideas. Only thing is we have to think about it, put into work based upon extensive reading and then creative thinking because of knowledge base, refinement of ideas to work, that is moving from divergent thinking to convergent thinking. That is the process known as the critical thinking. Then you get the final decision and then you get into a problem settlement. So this is what we call as a thinking process to achieve your set goal. In research, the idea should be first tiered. This is what Dr. Sridevi also talking about it. It is not the question of concocted ones. You cannot add one thing and remove second thing, third thing. No. The first tiered ideas, that should be the one which we should always pursue. And we should not go for a second tiered or known as the plagiarized ideas. So somebody's ideas you should not steal. You should have your own ideas so to work. That is known as the first tiered ideas. If you don't depend first tiered, many people in India, most of us work for second tiered ideas. We think that, oh, we lack ideas. No, we don't ever lack ideas. We don't put into work. So always focus on having the original ideas. Don't steal somebody's ideas. If somebody already done work and then just remove that particular compound, add a second one, do the work. And then at third one, somebody does it. Some fourth one says, oh, nobody has done this work. I will do on this particular one. Somebody already done it, but they are not aware of it. So everybody was the replacement of particular thing and then doing the work. That is known as second and third tiered ideas, or cooked ideas, or plagiarized, or stolen ideas. So what is already people have done it. So what is new thing you are doing it? Somebody asks questions, then you will not be having any answer. So think of always going for a first ideas. If you are able to think, you will never be out of ideas. Thinking helps you come up with new ideas. The ability to think creatively breeds confidence, which builds character strength. Producing original and honest work will not only reinforce students' critical thinking skills, but also reflect well on the institutions that have worked hard to strengthen their overall learning infrastructure, maintain the reputation. Ideas should never be plagiarized. Always think about original aspects. It gets stalled. See, this is, I'm reviewing the whole thing, what I said for the last. Intelligence and creativity. This is the inborn. All of us have got this one. And this is the environment. The top center one is environment, where you work. Environment which you cannot have a control. Depends upon which institutions you take admission. That is the most critical also. So if you don't have good environment, good laboratory, good guide means it is the one guide is already having a potential to guide properly, having a knowledge base which you can incorporate. Just learning from Drona is different from learning from another person. So that is a strong personality in the research, and strong institutions, equipped institution, library facilities, surroundings with your colleagues, seniors, and who are also good in giving you some ideas. That is environment. So environment, these two are yours, creativity and intelligence. With all this input, you get a lot of ideas, then divergent to convergent, then applying logic, critical and analytical thinking, you get a brilliant idea. That idea should put in, this is first tiered ideas, not second tiered. Then get into a research topic, from a research statement to research question to hypothesis, then write objectives one, then put methods, and then start working, and you get publications, or you write for thesis work. Both of them will be interchangeable. Successful research career innovations comes if you follow this sequence. So intelligence, creativity, thinking, motivation, skill, environment, perseverance, learning strategies, all these things. Of course, hard work is very important. Perspiration. 18 hours a day one should work, not 6 to 8 hours. 10 to 6 doesn't work anything. So people should always put 18 hours a day to work. Not only laboratory, but also reading literature also involves 18 hours a day. That only fetches you the good work. You can be successful in your work. You will have to convince a number of people your work is good, worthwhile, and give me the aid to start work. So no matter what kind of ideas you have, but you should be, your department, laboratory should be able to support you. More important, availability, expertise, funding, personality, somebody has to demonstrate techniques, all these things very essential to progress further. So don't build the protocol after you write everything. First protocol should be ready, then only you can start your work. Some people do all the experiments, finally the university says, where is your protocol? Then they start building the protocol, going in reverse direction. That is not correct. So this is the scheme. Now I'm going to the next aspect. So choosing a topic, manageable, we saw a little bit discussed, it's a lack of time, so I will skip a little bit more. The topic should have a variables, major variables. You should keep on following my slides. Whenever it gets jammed, you can do it. So the topic, when you should be formulated into question mark, so that you can have a lot of questions. Write a topic, then you should say, ask yourself, what are the different questions I can have it on this topic? 1, 2, 3, 4, we can list the questions, and the question should be turned into a statement. Hypothesis is a statement based upon the question. 5 questions, you can derive 1 or 2 hypotheses based upon the question. The hypothesis focuses us to think carefully about what comparisons will be needed. You're comparing between A and B, from this side to this side, from standard reference drug to a testing drug. So that is the comparison you do it. Whether with the time something changes or not, that is the comparison. Time versus change. I will be giving a lot of examples to say this one. That is the research question. The topic research is formulated into a question, which in turn must clearly define in terms of specific objectives. This is based upon the knowledge gap in the literature. A good research question should pass the final test. It should be feasible, interesting, novel, and should be executable, and it should be relevant to the society needs. Final, that should pass through to get into writing the questions. Now I'll be, for example, you want to evaluate the anti-hypertensive effect of a test substance in one of the models like spontaneous hypertensive rate. You synthesize a compound, or you isolated a compound from a natural product, from a plant material. You want to know that whether the compound is able to reduce the blood pressure. So for that, this is your topic. If that is the topic, then what questions you can ask? So if you are able to come up with these following questions, does it lower the blood pressure? Even if it lowers, how many millimeter it comes down, and what is the reference drug? To compare it, what is the pharmacokinetics, what is the half-life of the drug, and what is the decreasing blood pressure area, what is the concentration in the blood, you can estimate. All these questions, if you list it, then you can see which aspects you should be able to cover in your work. Based upon this one, you can come up with a hypothesis also. I've taken some of the things which Dr. Balkumar was telling, that we should also have some engineering and technology examples. People may not understand the biomedical example. So I had to do some search and get what is the impact of artificial intelligence on the manufacturing industry. How can we improve the energy efficiency building? What are the challenges, opportunities using renewable energy sources? How can we improve the performance of wireless network? For example, so and so. So if you can get all these questions from your topic statement, so this everybody should have a couple of questions on a research topic. Then you can list all those things and then get into hypothesis, then objectives one. Each one to solve the problem. So creativity, creative thinking, review of literature, research topic. When you get into it, you got research questions are covered here. Now we'll move it to the hypothesis, followed by aims and objectives one. So a central component, this after research questions, you put a lot of questions, now you make a statement. That is the hypothesis. We are coming to this one. It is a central component of the research process. Research questions and hypotheses serve as guides to the study, explaining its purpose and guiding its direction. Now you understand that why it is essential. The research question should be translated or reframed into workable or test hypothesis to give a tentative answer. You may have one hypothesis or more than one hypothesis. Researchers predict in advance the outcome. See, this is the hypothesis. You predict. You say that the drug lowers the blood pressure. You predict it. Yes, it lowers the blood pressure. After doing all the experiments, you say that just test it, like in geometry, trigonometry, you learn QED. Whatever demonstrable, it demonstrated the two lines are parallel. QED put at the bottom. That means this is the one. Too close. Thank you. They predict in advance the outcome of a research study, which is tentative answers for research questions. Use theories. Theories also you can say inductive and deductive reasoning. For example, Alzheimer's disease. All of you know that memory loss because of neurodegenerative diseases, dementia, memory loss. One of the form is Alzheimer's disease. Now, what is the basis of Alzheimer's disease? The brain protein, beta amyloid, and tau protein tangles together. It forms a clumsy one that blocks the whole process. That is the basis of this one. Then, using this theory, that is, you say that these deposits lead to the degeneration of brain cells and the disruption of neural communication, resulting in cognitive decline and memory loss. This is one of the theory part, which if you know that theory, then you should develop an experiment for this one. How can I break these tangles, dissolve this protein clumps, and make it free for this one, so that people don't have any dementia or Alzheimer's disease. So if you know, you should have a theoretical aspect. With the coronary artery occlusion, people, because they say, oh, 95% blockade, I was about to die, was admitted to hospital for a stent. Because the blockade has increased so much, 95% blockade was, why? Because of this narrowing the artery, deposition of cholesterol. So that one, occlusion, atherosclerosis, necrosis, that is the reason for causing myocardial infarction. So that is the theory. So you can also go from the theory to that of getting into a hypothesis, which I'll also be discussing much more. So hypothesis is also a specific statement, predict relationship between two variables. Variable 1, variable 2, we call it a dependent variable and independent variable, cause and effect relationship. So one is the X and one is a Y. So relation to the time, there's a change is there. You plot it. So that is the variables, one variable, second variable. That is also one thing. I'll be giving example to discuss what is this variable, dependent, independent variable. So increased consumption of fat, we all know that more you consume the fat, it associated with the risk of atherosclerosis. So one is, or taking a one drug, it alleviates the symptoms. So symptoms becomes a dependent one, so drug becomes an independent one, because that is the one cause and effect relationship. So in this case, you apply statistics, accept or reject, not question of proving. Yes, it happens, it doesn't happen. So hypothesis forces us to think carefully about what comparisons will be needed to answer the research question, and it establishes the format for applying statistical tests to interpret the results. So in all biomedical experiments, we have statistics. That's why statistical analysis. A drug has to be marketed. A drug has to be approved for treatment of some symptoms, disease. We have to demonstrate that in healthy volunteers versus the patient suffering from diabetes, suffering from hypertensive people. Yes, by giving this drug, it is able to lower the blood pressure or lower the blood sugar. Yes, statistically, it shows that it is better than that given in a healthy volunteers. So that means it is able to lower the blood pressure, lower the blood sugar. Statistically, you have to demonstrate, then only that FDA gives approval. Yes, the drug is marketable. We approve it, then goes for marketing. For any of these biomedical examples, experiments, we need statistics. Statistic comparison of groups. If you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can have a reference one. You can have different doses maybe there, low dose, mid dose, high dose, reference drug. All the groups, more than 4, 5, 6 groups can be compared simultaneously, which is the territory of statistical analysis. For example, daily apple consumption leads to fewer doctor's visits. This is an hypothesis. It does it or not does it. Null hypothesis says, no, it doesn't do anything. Then you say, alternate hypothesis, yes, it does it. So null hypothesis alternate hypothesis, two kinds of hypothesis. One always says negative, no, it doesn't happen. Then you demonstrate that yes, it happens. The rate of plant growth is not affected by sunlight. No, rate of growth is affected by sunlight. If you put in the earth, it does not grow. So null hypothesis is wrong, and you say alternate hypothesis, yes, the plant grows depends upon sunlight. Sunlight, you say degree of sunlight, you plot on the x-axis, growth you plot on the y-axis. You compare these two aspects. So I've given a little bit. Smoking causes cancer, for example. Consumption of sugary drinks every day leads to obesity. So these are some of the examples for showing this. All biological research, including discovery science, is hypothesis driven. However, not all studies need to be conducted with an hypothesis. Descriptive studies, for example, describing the characteristics of a plant. You say like whether the plant leaf is trifoliate or bifoliate. If you want to describe, you don't need an hypothesis. You synthesize a compound, you don't need an hypothesis. So certain aspects don't need an hypothesis. Same thing possible in engineering and technology, which I don't have an idea. They will progress. They may proceed without an hypothesis, possibly. So a complete genome sequence was determined without an hypothesis. Especially pharmaceutical people who are doing a new drug delivery research, or chemistry paper, pharmacognosy people doing the traditional pharmacognosy, they don't have an hypothesis. Otherwise, by and large, we go with an hypothesis. See, this is one of the very nice, the website came up about few years ago, and you see this, their statement is nimble funding for nimble minds. You come up with a good hypothesis, we give the money. So they depend, they say that young people will be having a very good hypothesis, we depend upon them. We support young people, not the old people like me. They say that we always support young people because they are bubbling with enthusiasm, they have an hypothesis. So that's why they say before there is any, before there is any preliminary data, we consider your hypothesis. You don't have to work preliminary findings, but if your hypothesis is very good, if you get attracted hypothesis by our team, we will fund you. We will give you thousands of dollars for your experiments. That means, and we focus on bold, new ideas in basic research, not continuation of existing research for established workers. We don't fund established researchers, but we fund for young budding researchers, early career researchers. This you can note down this website, and if you got a very good idea, you can ask them. Aims, and next comes the aims and objectives one. So once you have come up with the research questions and the hypothesis, the last point you are going for is the four cornerstones. So that is the one, and in this case, aims and objectives. In research context, see, aims, and I will define the difference between these two. This is the gateway to the study. It is to the methodology. Before methodology, you have to have an objective one. What way you are doing it. Aim refers to the general direction or intent of an individual researcher. The aim is what you hope to achieve. Aims are general statements proved. So I will define aims, objectives, and goal. People mix each other. See one example, given two examples here. Objectives are part of the aim and goal. A goal is a high level non-measurable statement concerning a broad open-ended measure achievement. See that example here. One biological example, one engineering example are given. The aim of this research is ultimately the mapping of the whole human genome. The mapped about 30,000 genes are there. That is the aim. Our first objective is to develop a reliable method of high-speed DNA sequencing. Within 2 years, our goal is to sequence the entire X chromosome. The goal, the last, which is open-ended, that is indefinite number of years goal. Short term is objective. Other one is the aim of Chandrayaan-3 mission is to land on the lunar south pole, far from the side of facing the earth. Our first objective is to develop updated sensors and integrated improved software and propulsion system. Our goal is to support human habituation of natural satellites so that a fueling system takes place. So this is all three of them. I thought this would be an interesting example. I come up with this one. So based upon the mission, say aim, our objective and goal. So in your work you can define, but of course in protocol you don't have to define all of them. Just put it what are your objectives. If you are writing a big proposal, a grand proposal for 10 lakhs or 50 lakhs, like this way, then they insist for writing what are your long-term goals. Long-term goal means 5 years goal. And what are your short objectives one? What is your aim of your proposal? So everything, three of things you have to give. Okay, this is the differences between the goal, aims and objectives one. So I given a parameter to define, and then I set up these differences between these three. So this may be helping to you to decide how to write all three of them. Objectives. The purpose of the objective is to describe concisely and realistically what the proposed research is intended to accomplish, define needed efforts of our actions, summarize what the researcher expects to achieve, and to specify the specific question that the study is designed to answer. So experimental design is based upon the objectives one. Then for every objective you should have one method. So you have got two objectives one, there should be two methods to work out it. So they should run in parallel, and those should be able to put it in the materials and methods, and then results also come like this way, and discussion also will be making accordingly. The objectives should cover the entire breadth of the project. And whatever you are discussing with research questions, all of them should be covered in your objectives one, group objectives one. And also you can also use some of the statement, you can make it actual to describe, to establish, to determine, to compare between group 1 and group, to evaluate, to investigate. So use such action verbs to write your objectives. And you can also group into hierarchies. For example, see, to study the blood pressure lowering effect of losartan, which is 81 receptor antagonist, in spontaneously hypertensive rats and sodium depleted marmosets after single injection, since a single oral administration or multiple dose oral administration. That means you want to investigate effect of this particular compound in two species of animals, SHR and marmosets. How? By giving either single dose or more than one dose, so that you can study the anti-hypertensive effect of this drug losartan. So everything comes in one statement. Then you dissect out and write down the objectives one. Same thing was, the objective is to evaluate the antioxidant potential of curcumin using human blood lymphocytes in vitro assay. So this statement has been made here, and this is the objective to do it. So each objective, or you can also do primary objective, secondary objective, exploratory objective. So all these three things you can put together. Either you can write objective 1, 2, 3, 4 in your protocol, or you can put as a primary objective, secondary objective, and you can secondary objective can 1, 2, 3 may be there. The exploratory you may do, may not do, but the exploratory objective, saying the adverse effects of a compound. So it's very tough to understand everything when you go for further one. Just sorry. The fifth, the last one, which Dr. Sridevi was stressing so much on this one, significant societal benefits, which I may touch upon a little bit, not much more, because so that time is up for me. 5 minutes or 10 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, I'll finish this one. The current state of knowledge, gaps in the project, the intent to fill. There is a gap in the knowledge base, and that we are filling up. For example, we would like to develop a SARS-CoV-2 for a COVID vaccine. Societal benefits. That becomes your significance study. You would like to develop that particular vaccine. So you should try to come up with, to convince the committee that your project is benefit to the society. That is more important. So that is gets funding, and also even the protocols, when you write it, people say that yes, your work is very important. So you can ask a lot of questions, and then you can be able to write the answer. Why is the experiment being conducted? Justify the need for a proposed research. What makes your research significant? If the study confirms, refutes. So if you got multiple questions, you are able to answer it, and you can be able to come up with a convincing statement why your research is important. The concern, to conclude, you must demonstrate that your proposed study represents a significant step forward, and that it will contribute to the literature as well as to the field in which you are working. Examples, we believe that landing Chandrayaan-3 rover on the lunar south pole is crucial, as this region may hold essential secrets of the moon, including the potential existence of frozen water that could help support the human. If you read like the statement, they think, okay, yes, we should fund this project because these are the significant things what they are going to achieve. So that significant statement you are making it, or we can say the discovery of this particular compound aliskirin, the first in a novel class of renin inhibitors, it lowers the blood pressure in several experimental hypertensive models. So again, so make it such a statement, you should make it so that the body which, the research body which reads your protocol should get convinced that you have come up with a very good statement, that is, your experiments are worthwhile to pursue. Review of literature is very essential. This is what I stressed about it, so that it avoids duplicating the research, because you know what has been done, what gap is there, what has not been done. So that part only you pursue the study. You are not unnecessarily wandering everywhere. So that means your focal point is based upon the review of literature. In summary, introduction section of your thesis should have the review of literature, should have a research questions, hypothesis, aims and objectives one, and significance of the study. Experiment methodology, research design, statistical analysis, methods, data recording, collection, all things should be given in your materials and methods. That is the methodology portion. Final research protocol should have a problem statement as a title. That is the aspect of your research. The introduction part contains the background, review of literature, research questions, hypothesis, how it is being tested, what are the objectives when, significant study. The whole thing comes in about 1 to 2 pages in your thesis work. The literature review, methodology, study design, work schedule, and bibliography, that is the reference part. These are the components of your beginning part. Write a quality protocol, that means present a clear and reasonable thesis idea, relate the defined research questions, formulate hypothesis, describe the methods for each objective which you have written down, dissect the evaluating objectives one, then write the reasonable conclusion of your study. Success research work. Upon completion of study, the research work should have made a worthwhile contribution, and every research that you conduct should be able to give 1 or 2 research papers before you bind your thesis. That is thesis work plus publication. Both should go hand to hand. No research should go waste. It should be publishable work. Of course, publishing always depends upon quality of research what you conduct, and also what kind of ideas you have. And that is also very much determines the basis for publishing. There is no growth without learning, and learning is a continuous process. Let new beginnings signify new chapter filled with pages of success and happiness. Work, finish, and publish your work. The fundamental principles, summarizing my whole talk, the fundamental principles of scientific research are the formulation of a problem, which I said statement, the development of a study protocol of our research plan, and description of what, why, and how of the protocol, literature search and review, study design, statistical aspects, result analysis, data interpretation. So these things are very essential. Ultimately, the study should be suitable for publication and should receive citations. This also Dr. Srividhi was talking about it, and our Vice Chancellor also stressing about it. We should be able to publish, should get a citations, not the quality number of papers published, but number of citations each paper that receive. The scientific value or merit of published article based upon its own merit, not solely because it appears in a high impact journal. The article should be interesting, innovative, well designed, feasible, and have the potential for impact. Even more important, it should be cited by other research, so that you can garner more and more citations of your work. All research universities should offer doctoral researchers, postdoctoral trainees, generic training and topics such as communication, project management, innovation, entrepreneurship. Of course, this is what the last talk will be on the entrepreneurship, patenting and everything, and we should learn every aspect. This is what the Vice Chancellor was telling, that there is no restrictions for the department. There should be collaborative research. We should know everything about every aspect about what is going on in this world. No, don't stick to only one area. All the areas should be, you should touch everything so that you can understand what is going on in other field in your area. This was the first book which you published in this, from ideas, you see the title, from ideation to publication, starting from your idea to publication via writing the protocol, doing the experiments, analyzing everything, then going to publication. So this is the fundamental from one step to leaping forward to next step. That is the one, biomedical research. This is the latest book in the same series. That is, we are forward basic aspects of research as well as the clinical aspects of research, both together should be able to lead to approval of new compounds for the benefit of human beings, and also meanwhile you can also publish your findings in these areas. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your sensational presentation, sir. Now the session is open for discussion. Any questions, please?
Happy to answer few questions if time permits. Yes.
For the researchers who are beginning, could you suggest you have covered everything. So simplest way, generally they have a problem in aim and goals, objectives, very shortcut ideas which they will remember, and when they are writing also proposals, they should, maybe they are beginning, but for beginning the research, could you give ideas?
Yeah.
Very shortcut, something to remember immediately.
Your aims and objective, of course, whatever you are doing it, just a short one line of aims, you can say that what you would intend to do. Intention to do, that becomes the aim. Yes, I would like to test this drug for particular for clinical benefit. Then you describe an objective, how we are going to translate that aim into objectives on the paper. So 2-3 lines, object is one, because most of people are working for a master's degree, unless you go for a doctoral degree where you will be having a wide variety of things, a number of objectives one. So your objectives should be workable thing. So if it doesn't work, then your experiments of no use. So think in that way, that how you can come up with an objective based upon the research statement, research topic, so that that aspect should be put into work.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Following Dr. Kumaran, I want to say
Yeah,
something.
definitely, please.
How to make objective? You are telling you make aim, you make objective.
Correct.
How to get objective, how to get aim? That will be valuable to the researcher.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you.
We need aim, we need objective. How? Where from comes?
Yeah, the objective comes from your research statement. For example, if it is a declarative statement, if you made it, this drug is able to have an effect in protecting the liver. From what? From a liver disease. How did you get liver disease? You induce by giving paracetamol. So with paracetamol induced liver toxicity is being combated, that is by another drug. So then you test that plant extract or a synthetic compound. So then you derive the objectives one. Number one is how we are inducing the liver injury. Number one method, you get it. And what is the compound you are using it to get this one. Then how do you test that there is a liver injury? By estimating the liver enzymes. Then what is the mechanism? By using TNF alpha, that is anti-inflammatory mechanisms, or what is cytokines are involved in this one, causing inflammation, causing the liver toxicity. So these are the parameters you come up. So if you know the basis, how it causes liver injury, what drug can cause liver injury, and what parameters to assess liver injury, these are the objectives one, sir.
Sir, I do not mean this way. I want, we want, the students want flashing of statements. And you know, something we have to say statement, something we have to say objective, something we have to say aim. How to get that aim? You know, sir, you are telling liver disease, this disease, that disease. Some way I need to get that statement for that.
The statement comes from your literature knowledge. Literature should be there. So with
To read literature survey.
which
Enormous numbers. What to read literature?
there is separate session is there, which Dr. Balkumar is to take it. Review of literature. Then there is a PubMed search PubMed searching for the topic of research searching. So this, what to depend upon the research statement. Research statement comes from your guide, because a student doesn't have any idea when he enters the lab. So,
Sir, just a minute to put a full stop to this thing. I think nowadays the research has become a business. People want to do research in the academic side. They want to do the research for their career advancement, and people from various disciplines also get into research for various aspects. But for with my concern, I also want your view also. People who want to do research, it should start from their own interest,
Correct.
not from others.
Somebody
They should
appreciate
start from their own interest, and the topic itself should be from the interest of the student, not from the interest of the guide or for the interest of the any institution.
It should be matching.
Yes, it should match.
Not go in the
And
different directions.
and the guides or the people who are like a mentor, they should water for the ideas which is for coming from the
Correct.
research,
Correct.
and from there it grows. So when they start, the guides are the people who guide them which type of literature or which type of website or which type of e-learnings they should start. So from there we can make a research question, and that research question can become a further research. So this is my point of view.
Correct, I agree
If
with you. For
so
example, if I'm guiding for CNS, I don't want to guide for a CVS. So cardiovascular is different from the central nervous system. My interest should match with the student interest. If student is not interested to work on a cardiovascular problem, if I am interested about chemotherapy, I cannot guide. You can go to another guide,
Yes.
whoever is interested in that area.
Yes,
So
yes.
a good match between the guide and the student
Yes.
is essential.
Yes, that's the point which I want to
Yeah, definitely. Then this
answer for
statement will
Mr.
come.
Kumar. Thank you.
Sir, may I have a last question, please? Sir, here we have a lot of established researchers. Dr. Kumar. Yeah, but he has done a postdoc from US, sir. A vast experienced person, former dean research. Please, sir. And very established people we have, and also budding scientists we have, rising stars we have. So can you please throw some lights highlighting when they completely successfully do the research and publish the paper? Suppose they are very strong in research, what kind of employment opportunities they can get it from US?
Employment opportunities not only depend upon your
Starting
work.
from postdoc, you please have a highlights on
Yeah,
the
recently
particular.
last week it came up with regarding postdoctoral woes in the US, starting from the salary itself, $45,000. Now the NIH has implemented to increase another 15,000 or something else, putting that the salary should be $74,000. Earlier, possibly you must have seen that people getting meager amount like $30,000 to $40,000, $50,000. So they want to set it, because if NIH puts a ceiling, there are the proper, of course they cannot tell anybody what salary to give, but there should be a role model to give $74,000 per year to satisfy the postdoc researchers who are making a strike, saying that we are underpaid, and because they are the one who gives lot of papers to the guide, and it is a free labor. People call it as the hundreds of papers are churned out by the postdoc research workers throughout the world, especially in the US. One lab is, the mentor will be having about 15-16 people will be working, and they will churn out about 2 to 3 papers per year. So easily the mentor gets about 30-40 papers per year. But what is the benefit? The poor researcher gets it, that not more than 5 years you should work as a postdoctoral fellow. They put it so that one should go into the academic area or industry or regular body like FDA or something they can pursue. Industry is the one which accepts a lot of people. Very few people take academic position, because in academic position it is publish or perish. So first 5 years it is a honeymoon. Afterwards the job is gone. If you don't produce paper, if you don't get grant in India, whether you get grant or not, you can continue as a teacher, which I am going to talk about in my second lecture. It is saying that teachers are not interested in getting grants, most of the teachers, because too much of work, teaching other things, administrative work. So if you don't, in the US, every academic teaching area, they have to get a grant about, say, about $10,000 to $50,000. If they don't get it, people have to leave, go to industry or come to FDA like us where there is no grant involved. So such is the case. Otherwise, the potential area for getting a job is academic. Industry is the number one, which absorbs very much. Academic, not that many people will go unless they are interested, because of lot of pressure is there in academic area. Here it is very easy possibly in India, but not in the US. So try to see that whether you can take academic position means you have to sacrifice a lot of your family time, work so much. Every year one grant is over, second grant already in pipeline, third is already in pipeline. So you have to run because you have to support a lot of postdoctoral fellows and your own research. Otherwise you cannot get a tenure position, is only for 5 years. After 5 years you are thrown out. So to get renewal of your position, every 5 years you have to face the music of becoming permanent from assistant professor to associate professor to professor, then dean and director. So that much bureaucracy is there in the US. But industry may not be that much as long as you will be productive in your work. In FD, of course, as scientists, we also get promotions starting from a lower level to that of higher level, 3 levels. We have to go up. The top level, what I got was a senior expert. So to get that level, you have to demonstrate that not by publication, but how many drugs, application review, how much input you give the industry in terms of identifying the problem with their work and then pointing out the mistakes and getting it rectified so that we can approve the drug in the required 10 to 12 months stipulated time.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech. Can we have any question from online participants? Anyone from online who is attending online who wants to have a question here? If no question, then let us finish the session. Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening speech. We are very grateful to you.
In the afternoon, sir is having another lecture. In the afternoon, sir is having another lecture. So you can raise a question that time also. In between lunch time also you can discuss.
We got a publication process which we're talking about at the time, how the publication takes place.
Now we are breaking for tea and refreshment. We request all the participants to assemble once again in the same hall within 10 minutes. Thank you.
So we have the tea session now, followed by we have 2 lectures from speakers from Malaysia. So please be on time. Have 10 minutes for your break. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Renuka. Yeah, we are able to see you. Nice.
And can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, certainly we are hearing you. Yeah, the
Okay.
voice is clear. So, how are you, Dr.
And
Renuka?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, now we have the tea break now. So,
Yeah.
it will take 10 minutes. So, after that one, let us join again.
Sure. Can I just try to share my screen and see if it's working so that
Yeah,
we
please,
don't.
please, please. You please share your slides.
Okay. I think. Can you see my slides? I think you can. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, basics of scientific publishing. What does an academician need to know? Excellent. Your slide is appearing, Dr. Renuka.
Okay. Good.
So now all we are set for your session. So we will have your session after 10 minutes.
Sure. I'll just wait on down here until all the participants are back in the room.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Renuka. Nice,
Okay.
nice, nice. Okay, sir. போட வேணாம் விட்டுருங்க அவர் நம்ம முருகன் டாக்டர் முருகன் அதே இருக்குல்ல அந்த எத்திக்ஸ் அதே அவங்க பண்ணுங்க அவ்வளோ முடிஞ்சு க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடுங்க அவங்க வீட்டு போட வேணாம் வேறு எது க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடுங்க அவங்களே பண்ணிக்கிறேன் எப்படி மினிமைஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க அவ்வளோ நைஸ்.
Check. corrected the report. It's report. Mother, I need one help from you. I will correct the report and give it to you. Just go. Okay. I will go person to meet the right people. What you are going to do now? Usmira Angel called me. Mama, class. That day we went to know OEDC MOU. I'm one of the member in that.
Participants are requested to come and sit inside. Participants, please be seated.
We have to pay 5,000 as the annual subscription. Okay, once we paid means after that we are in more money because our college.
Participants, please be seated.
No, not for college startups. We can connect parents, other people, students, alumni, everyone.
Participants are requested to please be seated. The session will be start in few minutes. So participants, please be seated.
For our later product, they are having a yes, definitely சொல்லுங்க கேக்குறேன் நான் faculty say கேக்கணும் whatever it is, whatever business they are doing, it's an online platform. They can communicate, they can connect their customers. Yeah, 5,000. If they are ready to pay one time payments, okay, or 2 times settlements. Okay. 1 year for 1 year. A lot of business. One Coimbatore person during the corona, actually, he is a water can. He is doing water can business. So you know that the corona there is no opportunity, no. So he connected with the global market. Now they are giving some idea on why we can do these things like properties, items, and everything. So through the online modes, we started now to earn more than lakhs per month. Surgicals.
Dear participants, those who are in fill your attendance form, please raise your hands. We will give you the attendance form. Dear participants, once again, those who are not filling your attendance form, please raise your hands.
Tanjore having that kind of business, they can connect. That's why. Okay. So tell me the procedures, ma'am. If you need any procedure, we will attend today actually. Going to attend the meeting today. Okay, we will tell. Or otherwise, you can contact Shweta ma'am and both of them. Feeling that. Okay. Now it will. Anyone need money? Need money?
I need money. Give me 10 rupees alone, ma'am. 2 rupees alone. Ma'am, have it.
Participants are requested to seated. Participants, please be seated. The symposium will start in few minutes. So participants are requested to be seated. Thank you.
I forgot.
Once again, welcome to all. We would like to invite our research person, Dr. Renuka Challapans, Head of School of Pharmacy, Faculty of Health and Medical Science, Taylor's University. She is a reviewer, editorial board members, and published several scientific papers in various journals. Now, Dr. Renuka Challapans will have topic entitled Basic of Scientific Publishing, What an Academician Needs to Know. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Miss MC. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, that's good. Thank you again. Thanks to the organizer for the invitation, and of course Professor Balakumar for coordinating this session with me. Without further ado, I think I will delve into the topic that is assigned to me today. So I would like to share about the basics of scientific publishing. What does an academician need to know? Just a moment, please. Okay, so the aim of this session is, in this session I'll try to provide a comprehensive guide for academics seeking to navigate the intricate process of sharing your research with the global scientific community. That's just a very bombastic way of saying that I would like to guide you, provide you some practical guide and tips about publishing your research work. So I think this is a follow-up from the previous speakers who spoke to you about, firstly, the importance of research, and then the roadmap to successful research. So here I am talking about publication. I'll talk about why you need to publish, and then this will be followed up by the other speakers about the ethics about publication, how to structure a manuscript, and finally, what does publication do to you as a researcher and to the institution as an academic institution. So firstly, why all the talk about publication? So let's not talk about what it does to you as a researcher, or mostly what it does to the institution. Really, why we need to publish is because that's exactly how we build the body of knowledge that is science. You want to tell people of the new information that you found out or you thought about, which allows feedback. If you have found something and you kept it to yourself, there's no way others can come and tell you, look, Dr. Raja, you're wrong. Or look, have you think about it this way? So those kind of allows feedback from the academic community, which is very good and should be welcome as well. And most importantly, to you as a researcher, it establishes you as a member of the research community. So today, for example, in Malaysia, if somebody said, okay, who works in medication safety, an older person, they probably name me as one of the person, because it's based on the work that I do. Not only the work that I do, but the work that I publish. I think that's more important, because if you don't publish, people don't know. And scientific knowledge is not just constructed in the lab or the field site. I think that's very wrong. Just scientific knowledge is also constructed in the arguments that we make. For example, you do a systematic review or a scoping review, and you found out and you summarize everything that's available in the literature. And the discussion section where you put up your analysis, your interpretation of the research, that itself is how you construct scientific knowledge. So that's why you need to publish. And remember, when you are writing a paper or you're even planning to publish, your primary aim is to communicate. You need to convince your reader why your research is important. Actually, I think it's most importantly not just like how Just like how when I talk, I need to think about my audience, I need to think about all of you, where you come from, and whether this information will be useful to you, whether you will relate to this information. Similarly, when you write, when you publish, you need to think about your audience. We read research article, we always search in a scientific database and look for information to read. Many times we probably don't even go past the title, sometimes abstract. Only very rarely we get very interested and look at their methods and results and maybe discussion. So you want to be that person who publishes work that attracts people up from the title up to your discussion and conclusion. People want to read your work. So it's a way to communicate, to tell people what you do that allows their feedback and then establish you as a member of research community because you are remembered and known for the work that you do. So a valid publication must be the first disclosure, means the first time it is being published. It is unethical. The next speaker will talk more about ethical principles of publication. It's unethical to speak about something that people already know, speak about something that people already publish. So whatever that you plan for publication must be the first time it's being out there in the media, in the academic media, and must contain sufficient information so that I as a reader or anyone as a reader must be able to evaluate your results. Means your results must be that clear. Repeat the experiments, your methods must be very clear, and evaluate the intellectual processes. See that how you have conceived the research, designed the method, summarize the result and report the results, and make the discussion for the paper. So they must be able to evaluate, follow the process, the intellectual process closely. Ideally, it should be available to the scientific community without restriction, which means that ideally it should be open access. But we all know that open access are not cheap, especially for us from a developing country. It really costs a lot. So ideally it should be open access, but it is no harm to publish in journals that are not open access if you have no financial support to do so. So now I want to just briefly touch about what are the types of articles. We always talk about the most common ones are original research, means I as a researcher conceived the study, conducted the study, and now reporting it. Some people will also publish methods, protocol paper, procedure paper, especially those either in the lab or those doing systematic review or clinical trial. We also publish our protocol and our procedures. The medical fraternity, they are in favor of case series and case report because it adds to their clinical knowledge and practice. Some of us do literature review, but it has very little value in terms of scientific value. Some of us are engaged in systematic review and meta-analysis, which is a better form of conducting a review. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with all of this, especially original research and systematic review. All of them have solid structure and need a main point, main message. In my next few slides, I am just going to touch the basics of original research, just to show you that every of these articles have its own format, own requirement, and way of writing. So an original article must start with title, authors, affiliation. It must have an abstract. It has a main text, typically the introduction, methods, results, discussion, conclusion, ends with an acknowledgement, declaration of conflict of interest and financials, and of course the references. These are the very basics of an original article. So like I mentioned, there are many types of article and they all have different structure. This is for an original article. And an original article, the main section, as I mentioned earlier, has got introduction, methods, result, discussion, and so on. They all have a purpose. An introduction tells you why this research. The method tells you how you conducted this research. and the results tell you what did you find out, and the discussion will talk about the significance of what you found out. So they also have a different purpose. Introduction is the point where you want to motivate reader. Remember I mentioned about there are many times we search for an article but we will never pass the title or the abstract or even the intro because it doesn't motivate us. So the introduction need to be motivating, and the methods need to be so precise that it enables replication. If something that I did here at my hospitals among patients, with older patients, and about their medication and all that, if I publish that paper and someone from your institution conduct the same studies, same methods in your institution, it should give the same results. Or of course the results will be different, especially if I'm doing a prevalence study, but the gist is you must have enough detail to replicate the study in any center so that the author know precisely what happened, what was conducted. And results, the main aim is of course to share data. Discussion is suggest an interpretation. Obviously, if I do a study, I report a study and I discuss the paper, it will also based on my personal baggage as an academic, as a pharmacist, as a person who's very interested about medication safety. So all that will influence how I discuss my paper. So it's a suggestion for interpretation. Maybe someone from your institution look at my result, might interpret it differently, and that person may then write a paper, letter to the editor and say that, well, I disagree with Selepan's ETA, which interpreted this data, etc., etc. So that is allowing feedback. Okay. Acknowledgement is to record thanks and references to give credit to the papers, the academic literature that we have cited in the paper. So although I say that this is the structure of the paper, it starts with title, abstract, main text, etc. And I tell you that this main section starts with intro, methods, result, discussion. It is a very linear structure, but not necessarily written through a linear process. I will share with you later on to say that how I usually write my paper, which section do I write paper. I usually start with the easiest one. And then I guess Prof. Balakumar later will then go into the intricacies of how to write certain sections of the paper. Now again, I'm still at the original article to show you that different type of paper have different structure and requirement. So these are the sections that I've already mentioned earlier. Typically, these are the word count for each of the section, and the main section typically is about 3,000 to 4,000 words. Because obviously academic journals, they are also trying to make money. They also have limited space, so you can't submit a 10,000 manuscript. Nobody reads. Would you read? So every time you want to write something, you want to finalize paper, ask yourself, would I read this piece of paper? If your answer is no, then it's not good enough and you need to improvise it. So back to the slides here, just to say that this is the typical length of an original research article. Quantitative study is usually 3,000. Qualitative study, sometimes they let you go up to 4,000 words. A review may have a different word count, etc. So now, I told you that original article, so let's take original article as an example. Original article has got a linear structure, but you don't necessarily have to start with intro or abstract. So what usually I do, obviously you already had a protocol, you already had a proposal, you already had a plan as to why you want to conduct the study, what is your method, and you already conducted the study. Now you are ready to publish your work because you want to tell people what you found out, you want to allow feedback, and you want to create a name as yourself for yourself as a researcher. So what I will do first is analyze the data, prepare all the figures that I want to report first, and then I will start writing, okay, this table shows this figure tells me this, and then I'll compile them and say, okay, does this tell a story? If it doesn't, then you need to make that story, find the story. Maybe it's a sequence, maybe some analysis is missing in between, Or maybe there's one table that just doesn't belong to that manuscript. You have to take it out. So analyze the data, starts with the results, analyze the data, write short description and create a story for the results first. And you have to then now say, how important is this work to be published? Is the sample size enough? Is the results significant? Does it reach statistical significance? If it doesn't, is it matter? Is it a finding by itself? Maybe everybody has been claiming that, for example, vitamin C is good for your flu and cough. But you conducted a study and you found out that no, it doesn't reach statistical significance with the good methodology, with adequate sample size. So even though it is not statistically significant, it's a good study to publish because it will change practice. For example, I'm not sure how many of you are familiar. We've been using aspirin, which is an antiplatelet for all older people to prevent their CVD risk, their heart disease risk. But probably 6-7 years ago, there was a very good paper which published and said, no, it is not useful. And it actually changed practice. We had to stop all the patients on aspirin. So those kind of negative results sometimes also good results, but you need to judge it in a neutral manner and say, is it a good result for me to publish? So once you've done the results, you have decided that yes, this one will be of interest to the academic community. I want to tell them the story. Now you need to start writing an outline from the intro, from your result, method, results, and maybe some points for discussion. That will be a rough outline, rough draft. And then formally or informally speak to your colleagues, present to your colleagues, which may reveal holes and receive suggestion. So I usually have this practice of, I still have my group of ex-PhD students. We still very closely in touch. Whenever we want to write a new paper, we actually say, okay, come, let's meet monthly. One of us will then present and say, okay, I'm going to write this paper. What do you think? Does it make sense to you? Because eventually they are going to be the readers. So you want to get the feedback at that time. So that will be helpful. Or you can get all your co-authors to do that. Sometimes co-authors, co-investigators may be a bit biased because you're already in the study. Good to get feedback from those outside of your authorship or outside of your project so that you have a fresh pair of eyes to look at what you plan to write. Briefly about authorship, because I mentioned about authorship, it will be like, ignoring the white elephant in the room if I don't speak about authorship. But I believe Dr. Murugan after this will talk more a little bit about the ethics and authorship in that context. So now, who should be an author? Those who contribute substantially to the work by doing all three these things can be considered as authors. So first, the person, the author that you want to list must have substantial contribution to the conception and design, acquisition of data, analysis, or interpretation of the data. So they must have substantial contribution in this. Either they were involved very heavily in the conceptual and design and data collection, or they must be very heavily involved in analysis and interpretation of the data to earn the authorship. That alone is not enough. The person needs to be involved in drafting the article or revising it critically after you have produced the first draft, and must approve the final version before you submit to the journal. So these three criteria need to be fulfilled for authors to ensure good ethics in publication. So nowadays journals are getting stricter. They will ask you to specify exactly, if you have 5 authors, what are the 5 authors' contribution. Now, I already decided who are the authors. Now the next problem is, what is the order? So actually really there is no right and wrong answer. What I've written here is by convention, also what I usually practice. So authorship, the order of authorship is in order of importance of the experiment or work that they have contributed to the paper. You must be very clear of differentiating between co-investigators and co-authors. Co-investigators, they are involved in the work itself, the project itself. Co-authors, they must be involved in the project and in the writing of the paper. There can be instances where you have a co-investigator who is not a co-author, possible. But a co-author usually is also a co-investigator. Okay, because the person have to be involved in the project itself. So, in what order? In order of importance of their contribution. And your first author is usually the author who did most of the experiment and the first draft of the manuscript. And last author is typically your principal investigator or the supervisor, typically. So, and another very important role, corresponding author. I'm sure most of you, or some of you at least, would have written to another author and said, can I have a bit more detail about this? Can I know about this data? Can you reveal this data? Can you share this data? Can you share this analysis? So you write that to corresponding author. So similarly, in your paper, the person that you name as corresponding author should be contactable in case of further queries, must be familiar with the study, have access to the primary data, and doesn't change the email address every 6 months. That's not good. So typically this person is your first author or your principal supervisor typically, but must be aware of the responsibility that comes as a corresponding author. So that's just my very short note about authorship. I believe Dr. Murugan might speak about this later in the next session. Now, coming to where and how to publish, I would like to introduce these two sites to you. These are the two sites that they are not the only sites, but they are two sites that I have used before, and to tell you, to make you aware that there are also journal selection sites available. Allow me to switch my screen. So say I have this abstract here. I'm just going to copy it first so that I can. Okay. So the first website that I've shown you is Journal Finder by Elsevier. So how does it work? So this is AI before the current AI lah. This has been in Journal Finder has been here for I think more than 10 years before our current AI wave hit in. I guess with the current AI wave there's more available, but I'm very loyal to Journal Finder, so I still use Journal Finder. So how does it help? You can match your abstract to find journals, or you can search by keywords and aim and scope or journal title to find journal. I'm just going to use my abstract that I showed you earlier to find journal. So if you click find journal, it will tell you what are the journal that is, how close is the matching, and you can directly click on the journal site to, you can directly click and it will bring you to the journal site about the journal aims and scope, what is the, who's the editor, and etc. etc. So I find this very helpful because it basically what it does is it uses your abstract here to create a match on all these journals. All these journals based on their aim, scope, and the type of the paper that they publish. Okay, can you see? So this abstract that I have put in is basically about pharmacy education, and so it has hit journals like Research in Social and Administrative Pharmacy, Journal of American Pharmacists Association, Currents in Pharmacy and Teaching and Learning. So it's based on what abstract I put in. There's another website that I would like to introduce, which is Jane. Jane is Journal Author Name Estimator. Similarly, Jane uses your title and abstract to find suitable place to publish. If I paste the same abstract here and I find journal, you can see that it has a different sort of a bit different suggestion. but it is based on the matching of the words that you have put in. Journal of American Pharmacists Association, this came up earlier as well. American Journal of Health System Pharmacy, Currents in Pharmacy and Teaching. So it's almost the same as Elsevier just now. Sorry. This is Journal Finder, so it's almost the same. It gives you almost the same. So these are two examples of what you can use to find a suitable journal. So back to my slides. So I was talking about where and how to publish. So in this section, I'm going to talk about where to publish, which I've just showed you two tools where you can utilize to find best match for your planned publication. Example only. There may be others that I'm not familiar with, that I've not shared, but I'm sure you can easily find through Google search. So other things that you want to consider in selecting the right journal. First is, of course, journal scope, which is what these journal selection sites will do. They'll try to match your keywords, title, abstract and all that with the journal scope, because it will based on what the journal publish. So journal scope must match to your study scope. You want to look at the acceptance rate. You don't want to submit to research and social and administrative pharmacy. I think the acceptance rate is probably at 30%. It's really very difficult to get in. You also need to consider whether you want to go for open access or subscription based publication. Open access means you pay money as an author, but your work will be easily accessible by everybody, which means that everyone can read, everyone can cite you easily because they have access. Subscription based means usually they are free of charge for publication, but for readers, they need to subscribe and pay to be able to access to that journal, which means that the readership will be very limited, citation will be lower. So you need to weigh whether I have the money, I don't have the money. Can I go open access, or do I need to go subscription based? So all that needs to be considered when you want to select the right journal. Publication charges is related to the open access and subscription based. Of course, I personally am very particular about reputation. So I don't publish if I'm very doubtful of the journal. The Bell's Rees and also the MDPI journal, which has got a very recent issues about the peer review processes and all that. Why? Because back to my very early first slide where I told you that one of the reasons where I want to publish is because I want to create my name as a researcher in the academic field. And it doesn't look good on yourself if all your publication is found in the Bell's Rees or the MDPI and none of it is, it makes a question on your credibility. And that's what you want to avoid after all the work that you have done in conducting research and also writing up the paper for publication. So, in summary, these are the things that you need to consider in selecting the right journal. Whether the journal suits your study, what is the acceptance rate, so that you can sort of strategically target your amount of time spent, and whether you have money to pay, and of course reputation. They are all equally important. Now I've covered where to publish. Now I want to talk about how to publish. So before submitting a paper, I've already mentioned that you're good to have a draft and then have a discussion internally or externally to get some feedback. Once you've done that, write a full draft and send to all co-authors for their review and consent for publication. Remember, one of the requirement as an authorship is they must have input to the paper. This is where they can give their input, and they must consent to say that look, Dr. Raja, I am going to publish our paper in current trends in pharmacy teaching and learning. Here is my first draft. Please go through and provide your comment, and please let me know if you're agreeable for me to publish in this journal. So that's how you have to obtain consent from your co-authors. Now you've done all that, now you have a final draft. And with final draft, how you want to submit? You have already used the journal finder and find a journal. From there, go to the journal website and find the instruction for authors, because every journal will have different requirement in terms of how you want to format the paper, what you need to include in the submission, etc., etc. So it's good to go to the journal website and look at their instruction to authors. So you usually need to create an account. So you create an account and you look at the instruction to authors, and it usually have a checklist to say what to include in submission. Typically a cover letter, which is a letter to the editor telling them we are going to submit a paper with so and so in. Why is this paper important? I am going to be the corresponding author, and we have not submitted this paper for review elsewhere, and we expect a just review from your team and things like that. So it's basically a letter to accompany your submission. And you also, of course, have to include an electronic copy of your article and provide contact address of all authors. So what to include in submission? When you go to instruction of authors, they will tell you how to format the paper, how to format the reference, and also they will provide you typically a submission checklist, and this will tell you exactly what you need to provide. This is just an example. So you for example, you need to have one corresponding author and give the person's details. You have submitted all the necessary files together with the keyword, figure captions and tables. You have checked the manuscript. References are formatted according to journal requirement, and you have used permission for any copyrighted materials, etc., etc. This is an example. Now the cover letter, a bit more brief notes about the cover letter. Cover letter help to clarify the importance of your work to the editor. In a very late term, you're trying to sell your work to the editor. This is first impression really. When the editor look at the submission, he or she will probably look at the cover letter first and say, what is this paper about and why is it important? Why is it so novel and need to be published? And you need to say that it is not being published elsewhere. Remember, in my first few slides, I tell you that publication needs to be first disclosure. It cannot be something that you have already published, now you submit it in another form to another journal. That's not ethical. And mention who is the corresponding author. Some journals, in your instruction to author, they already say that you can also suggest names of possible reviewers. If they do, then this is where in the cover letter you can state to say that some of the possible reviewers for these papers are. You can also request specific competing scientists that you do not want to have as reviewers. This one rarely happens, but I know some very competing scientists in the field may do this and say that we appreciate, in the cover letter they will specify that we appreciate if this paper is not being reviewed by so and so because of what. It must be justified. No? And as I mentioned, submitting to one journal at a time is very important. Journals request a statement that while your manuscript is under review, you cannot submit any part of the data to another publication. If an editor or reviewer learns that you're submitting to two different journals, it can be very damaging to your reputation. Now this is a sample cover letter where you address it to the editor-in-chief, and you mention that you are submitting what type of article, what is the title of the article, where you want to publish, what is the novelty of your study, and why is this work important, and a declaration that this manuscript has not been submitted elsewhere in similar form, and all authors have contributed significantly to the design and conduct of the study as well as writing of the manuscript, and they also have given consent for this publication. So these are very important. It gives very good impression to the editor that you as a researcher know what you're doing, especially in terms of publication and its ethics. Now the final copy of the manuscript that has all this: title page, figures, tables, text, which you have spell checked and checked all the word count limits, references formatted according to journal requirement, all the other formatting requirements are being fulfilled. Just a note about financial disclosure. I'm not sure how many of you actually work with grants and all that. So sometimes, especially in medical field, we do conduct clinical trial for drug companies. Means the drug company will sponsor the trial. So these things needs to be disclosed simply because the reader needs to read the paper, interpret the result in the context that the paper, the work was sponsored by the drug company which produced the drug that in trial. So all this needs to be disclosed. So financial disclosure is important to tell the reader who sponsored the trial and whether they have any vested interest in the design, in the results, or even the writing of the manuscript. So briefly about the peer review process. So once you have come up with all that final manuscript, you are submitting. After submission, first your work doesn't go to the editor directly. It goes to the editorial office, which will make sure that you have followed all the instruction to authors. So in order to save time and trouble, please go through the instruction to authors very carefully, create a checklist and check them as you address each of it, so that you can skip this second stage and goes to the editor. The editor then will look at your cover letter and review your manuscript quickly and see whether this is worthy of publication. I'm sure the other senior academicians who are involved in the editorial boards can provide more context, but literally they will look at whether this paper is well written. Is this paper suited for the scope of my journal? Is the work important to be published? And then they will go to the next step, which is sent to reviewer for publication. So who reviews the manuscript? Typically 2 to 3 reviewers selected by the editor who reads your reviews, your manuscript, and the person is usually a person who is expert in your topic area or a methodological expert. For example, if you do a clinical trial about vitamin C for flu and cough, it could be an infectious disease academician, or it could be a person who's very good in clinical trial. So who makes the decision to accept or reject? It's actually the editor, who will receive all the review report and see, okay, I have two reviewer. What does the reviewer say? Maybe one says major, one says minor. He will review and look at all the suggestion made and make a decision whether this is a minor revision, major revision, or upright rejection. So, these editors, they themselves are actually scientists who have knowledge in the area. So, means they have all the technical expertise to review your work and say whether this should be accepted or rejected. This is just to summarize what is the possible outcome after submission. You submit an article, rejected outright, no review by the editor because the scope doesn't fit, for example, or paper is poorly written. That's an example. Don't give up. Submit it elsewhere. But obviously with some improvisation if you can. Submit an article, but the editor rejected after review, after review, editor rejected it editor work on the comments and submit it elsewhere. Submit article, and then the editor come back to you and say may resubmit if you address the comment. You have the choice actually whether you want to address the comment and just submit to another journal, or you address the comment and resubmit it and then get accepted. Submit article and rightfully accepted, well, you must be God, because that rarely happens. But so just to set the context and expectation, the typical pathway is we submit an article, goes through review. If all goes well, means you have done all the first stages well, right scope, you have made sure it's written well, follow the instruction to author, all that done, goes to review. Reviewer come with comments, you address the comment and accept. That is usually the common pathway that all of us take. Now when you receive your reviews, I'm conscious that I'm probably running out of time, so I'm going to be slightly faster. When you receive your reviews, I think it's very important firstly to be thankful to receive comments and recognize the importance of addressing the criticism. To be very honest, all these reviewers, they do this for free. They take their own time to do it, take the initiative to tell you all the comments. So firstly, be thankful to receive the comments and recognize the importance of addressing them, and try to think that the comments is to improve your manuscript. And usually the editor will give you a period of time to respond to the reviews and sending in the revised manuscript. Well, that's all very nice to say. To be very honest, every time I get a response from reviewer, I feel it's so heavy to go through all the pages of reviews and comments and address them one by one. So my tips is have a look at it, sit on it a day or two. Once you're more comfortable, then look at it and address it one by one. So typically there are 4 types of comments. 1, valid criticism, easy to address. 2, valid criticism but difficult to address. 3, invalid criticism that you can show that it is invalid, remember, respectfully. And 4, it is actually a matter of opinion of the reviewers, and so you need to tactfully also address them. Let me give you some example. Valid criticism that are easy to address. So the reviewers say that when discussing the prevalence of drug use, there was no mention of the prevalence of drug use in males versus female in this age group, and I think it would be useful. So this is very easy. You just find the information and include it. Don't fight with them. Okay. Valid criticism that are difficult to address. So they said that there's a comment, a statement, and his suggestion is the study should have included equal numbers of men and women in different locations. Well, probably true, but now that I've concluded the study, this is a valid criticism that are difficult to address. So you try to address this as a limitation. So you said that, thank you for pointing this out. We acknowledge that this is a limitation and now have discussed this in the discussion section. So that's how you addressed it. Invalid criticism that you can show are invalid. So example, the reviewer say that maybe some of the subjects have lower amounts of HCV viral load because this subject drank less alcohol. So you tactfully answer and say that alcohol consumption was monitored throughout the study, and we have further clarified this statement in the method section. Matters of opinion is the 4th type of comment that you may receive. It's actually a not valid criticism, it's just their opinion. But you need to tactfully acknowledge their opinion and justify your stand. I think that's very important. So do you need to do more experiments or do further analysis? Maybe it's the second one, valid criticism but difficult to address. But if you think that it's valid and it's doable, just do it so that it also adds value to your work. But if you cannot, then you have to justify why you cannot or address it as a limitation. This is again very important, how you respond to the reviewer. You need to give very detailed response. What is their comment? Which page you are now addressing it? What changes is made what change has been made? If you did not make a change, say why not. I'll give you an example. So let's say this is a sample response to reviewers. So reviewer 1 said in introduction, a paragraph on this will be good. And my response was, the following paragraph has been added to summarize whatever that they asked for, and please refer to page 4 in the manuscript. And I still put that whole expert here. So it's very easy for them to review, doesn't waste their time. You make them very happy, you get an acceptance more easily. Okay, so similarly, for example, comment 2, they said, okay, in this line, article demonstrated that hospitalization decreased the prevalence of PINs and etc. etc. This sentence is not clear. Response, the sentence has been revised as below. Refer to page 5 in the manuscript. So you put it together like that. So it's very easy for the reviewers to follow what was their comment and what has changed been made or not made and why. Resubmission, once you have addressed all the reviews comment, make sure in your cover letter, don't submit back the same cover letter. It's no more the same letter. Clarify that it's a resubmission. State that you have addressed the reviewer's comment carefully. Attach the detailed response and the new version of the manuscript. And then you wait. If it's rejected, don't give up. My supervisor used to say that he got 7 rejection before his first paper. He's so good. So I thought, okay, not too bad. So don't give up. Maybe you need to do a few more experiments, maybe not, or just revise based on the comments and try another journal. Don't give up until you have successfully published your research, because you have made all the judgment in the beginning. Remember, I told you, you need to judge whether this work is of valid knowledge to the academic community or not. If yes, don't doubt yourself. Work towards the publication. I think we can skip this. So maybe just a note on intellectual property. I think this is a bit often misunderstood. Actually, many papers, you will, if they are not open access, you are actually going to sign away your publishing right to the journal when you publish. Which means that even though if you are the author, but the journal owns the copyright, you will sign this at the point of publication. So material covered by this must be requested before you are published elsewhere. So means, let's say you have a PhD thesis which had like 3 or 4 manuscripts out of it. First one you have already published. You must actually request permission from the journal to include your data if you have actually published it in another article. So the message is, I am the author, but the IP still is with the publication journal, with the published journal. Well, I think that's all from me. I wish you all the best, and I hope, I'm sure some of this information are not new to all of you, so I apologize for all that, but I hope it serves as a reminder, and hopefully you learn 1 or 2 new things from the session. Thank you. Over to you, Miss MC.
Thank you for your marvelous presentation, ma'am. Now the session is open for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Renuga. Your session is so inspiring. Now we open the session for discussion. Any question from audience?
I still can't hear you, sir. I think
you are not hearing us?
You are muted, sir.
Dr. Renuga, are you able to hear me? Dr. Renuga, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, very good. So inspiring session for all of us. We truly enjoyed your session. Now we open the session for discussion. Any question from the audience? Yeah, there is audience. Please come forward. Please come forward. Dr. Renuga, there is a question for you.
Sure.
Fine. Mic kodu.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
First, thank you, ma'am, for your explanation about original article. It's really very useful, ma'am. And I would like to ask you that what is meta-analysis? Would you please explain about that?
Sure. So, meta-analysis simply means the statistical or mathematical analysis of pooled results. So what does it mean in a lay term? I'll try to explain in a more lay term. Not sure how many are familiar. So typically what we do is, for example, I quote back the same example. If I want to test if vitamin C is good or bad for flu, does it help in flu recovery? and I conduct the study among 100 people here in Malaysia. And then the same study is being conducted in Mexico with 300 people, in India with 4,000 people, in Australia with another 300 people. So they are all small studies. So what I can do is, if the study outcomes are similar and the population are similar, I can actually pool it and conduct a statistical analysis that says that at the end, my sample size is now 5,000 with this outcome of the duration of flu, and it gets sort of a pooled result to say whether it is statistically significant or not. So it's a pooled mathematical analysis of individual studies.
Okay.
That is in simple terms, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Any audience from online who is participating online? Any question?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, there is audience. Can you please tell your name and the institution where you belong to? Then you raise your question.
Myself, Mrs. M. Sudha, from Assistant Professor from Erode College of Pharmacy. Thank you for the wonderful session, ma'am.
You're welcome, Isu.
May I know what is the importance of publication to get a position in Malaysia?
Okay.
That is a
So-
good question.
Thank you.
So
sir.
in Malaysia, we are broadly divided into public institution, public academic institution, government public institution, and private institution. So in the public institution, it is very important because they are very they expect high output from their lecturers in terms of publication and in terms of grant output. In the private institution, there are a couple of institutions which also weighs the research component very seriously. Perhaps I can give an example from where I come from in Taylor's University. We have strict requirement to say that if it's a senior lecturer, this person must have how many publication in what is the H-index requirement, what is the total grant that the person would have got in the past 5 years, example, things like that. So it is important, especially if it's government institution, less in private institution. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Dr. Renuga. Now we have a question from Dr. G. Jagadish.
Sure.
Hello, Dr. Renuka. Really, it is very inspiring, your lecture. And you have covered all the major aspects about manuscript preparation, manuscript submission, and how to submit the process and everything, plus going towards a peer review and acceptance or rejection, and how to respond to the peer reviewers' comments and everything. I think that opens the door for these early researchers as well as for the established researchers, the steps toward the publication. And I think you answered all of the things which are necessary for a researcher, how to proceed once they prepare their manuscript and how to get into the publication aspects. Of course, you could may also answer something about the impact factor of the journal, how these people can publish. Of course, not necessary to go into the very high impact, but submission of the article to somewhat comfortable. Of course, you talked about BIAL, not about plagiarized journals, and submitting to the open access or that which is a traditional journal, and how these people can get into that barrier, passing the barrier and getting into something comfortable zone of this impact factor series exceeding 1, which seems to be the legitimate journal. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Dr.
Dr.
Jagadish. Thank you very much. And Dr. Renuga, I have a one question, last question from my side.
Sure.
For a research scholar who is pursuing a PhD,
Okay.
what is the criteria for a research scholar to submit a thesis? I mean, before submitting a thesis, how many papers that a research scholar should publish before submitting a thesis in Malaysian university?
Okay. Thank you for the very good question, Prof. I have a personal opinion. My personal opinion is, for a PhD scholar, it's good to concentrate on the thesis. And then think about the publication after you have submitted your thesis. That is my personal opinion. However, given the advantages of publication that it gives to the institution, institutions these days have set very strict target or high target where typically PhD students are required to publish 2 papers, ISI or Scopus depending on the institution's preference, prior to graduation. In some institution it is a graduate requirement. For example, University of Malaya, it is a graduation requirement to publish 2 papers in addition to passing your viva for graduation. But from what I know, in overseas university, for example, a couple of universities in London, etc., it is not a graduate requirement because we really want the PhD student to be able to complete the PhD in a very good quality manner, and if you do that, the publication will come after all. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
mine.
Thank you, Dr. Renuga. Your session was so inspiring, and we all have truly enjoyed your session, and it was productive and very informative to everyone, and you have opened the door for everyone to start publishing the research paper. Thank you so much for your time, and we will catch up you in some other days. Thank you so
Sure.
much.
Prof. Bala, if I can just make one last closing remark.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Just to be, to do justice to the topic and the researchers, I probably, like when Dr. Jagadish was summarizing my talk, I realized that I covered so much in half an hour, making things seem so easy. So I would like to honestly share with the early career researchers that publication is no easy feat. And so it is going to be a long process, but it's going to be only difficult for the first time. The moment you know the art of publication, it's not going to be that difficult and you will get there somehow. So don't give up.
Thank you, Dr. Renuga. Thank you very much for your enlightening speech. So nice of you, and have a good day. We will meet
Thank
you
you.
some other day. Thank you very much. Nice.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Dear delegates, this is the last session before we are going to have a lunch, and it will go for another 20-25 minutes. And again, the speaker is from Taylor University, Malaysia, Dr. Murugan Tangaya. So please bear for another 20-25 minutes before we go for a lunch. Thank you.
Next, we would like to invite our next resource person, Dr. Murugan Tangaya, SLAS, Department of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Faculties of Social Science and Leisure Management. He has published several scientific papers in various journals. Now, Dr. Murugan Tangaya will present his topic entitled Ethics in Scientific Research and Publication. Over to you, sir.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Murugan, we are hearing you. Please, you can start the session, Dr. Murugan.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Balakmaran, and also other colleagues in Periyar Maniam Universities, and also thank you so much for inviting me and giving this opportunity to present the topics ethics in research and publications. Okay, let I just make it bigger. Can you hear my voice right? Clear?
Dr. Murugan, can you, excellent. Now your slide is very visible. Thank you.
Now right, huh? Okay. Okay, I do not waste the time. I think that now the time in India is around 1 o'clock, I think close to 1 o'clock. So many of them will be very busy, very hungry. Yeah? So I don't want to take much time. Let us start my presentation here. Okay, ethics in research and publications. Generally, we call it as a scientific misconduct. Okay, so generally, any student or scholar, right, who is into research or has the aspiration to do research, right, must be aware of the ethical principles which needs to be followed while doing research or publishing out the research. Okay. So today in this session we will discuss the various ethical principles, right? And also that need to be followed while doing the research as well as publishing the output of the research, right? As you all know that the entire structure of the scientific research is built on three pillars. They are academic integrity, and another is publication ethics, and also responsible conduct, right? But what is happening in these three pillars is a major discussion in this session, because there is a huge deterioration in the academic integrity, and also there is a lot of misconduct is happening in the form of plagiarism, fabrications, and also there is a lot of mushrooming of predatory journals, right? So this has become a global concern of contaminating or polluting the entire domain of the academic research. Okay? So that's the reason we need to follow certain ethical principles while publishing, right, or while doing the research, right? I guess make it fast. Can you hear? Right. What is ethics in research? So generally, when you define, right, broadly define that ethics is the morality of the human act. Okay. That morality means you need to know about what is rightness or wrongness of a human act. But ethics is concerned with what is good for the people and also the society as the whole, because that's ethic really matters because it has to do a good to others and also take responsibility for what we are doing it. So ethics therefore provides the rules that govern the society as a whole. So behaving ethically means do the right thing at the right time without harming others or without giving any consequences of things, right? Okay, what is ethics in research generally? This is the previous one is about generally what is ethics. So when it comes to research topics, what is ethics in the research? Ethics in research is very important as it provides researchers with the ethical principles or guidelines for the successful conduct of the research. At the beginning of the session, right, our professors mentioned about that what are the various the research topics starting from the objectives, right, problem statement, research question, methodology, right, from starting from the beginning until you submit the research report, you need to follow certain guidelines and ethical principles. Okay, that generally in research, it provides guidelines for the responsible conduct of the research. Moreover, ethics allows researchers and scholars to further educate themselves and monitor their activities in the conduct of the research so as to ensure a high ethical standard. And besides that, researchers must also ensure that the research subject are not placed in harm's way, and also they need to be reminded that they have the moral obligation to provide maximum benefits to the participants. That means the researchers need not think only of their own interest, but also they need to conduct the research while they conduct the research. And also for this reason, researchers must be guided by ethical principles in the conduct of the research to maintain research integrity and also avoid research misconduct. And needless to say, research misconduct can lead to dire consequences if it is ignored. Okay. Okay. So the research are expected to adhere the ethical, legal, and professional guidelines that structure how research is conducted, because the consequences that misconducts can be considerable, and also it is a potentially disastrous. So more importantly, the research misconduct can cause the public to lose confidence in the ability and the integrity of the researchers, especially in the field of medical science. It is really matters, right? If any misconduct occurs, it leads to serious consequences. And also research misconduct in the violation of the standard scores of scholarly conduct and ethical behavior in the publication of the professional conduct research will take place. So generally research misconduct or scientific misconduct is defined as fabrication or falsifications or plagiarism in proposing, performing, reviewing a research, or also in reporting the research result. Right. These are the three elements of research misconduct. Not only these, there are the things are there. Just I will take the major things. right? The elements of research misconduct. One is fabrication, the other is falsifications and plagiarism. What is fabrication? Right? Fabrication is something about making up of data, research findings, and recording or reporting them. Actually, what it means, it involves making up of data. That means you can create a fictitious experimental data or survey responses and presenting them as actual observations or findings. Right? So these practices, what you will do means, you are not conducting any relevant research. Right? So research findings should not be discussed and it is not shared or it is not published unless the work has been genuinely undertaken. Falsifications. This is the manipulating the research material or equipments or processes or changing or omitting data or results such that the research is not accurately presented in the research method. That is, falsifications involves making changes. For example, in the setup or the results of an experiment in a way cannot be scientifically justified. Sometimes the research scholar, whatever, they are expecting certain type of results for their experiment, but the research shows the other way. So in that cases, what happen? They will do some kind of fabrication, this falsification result. The one thing is, there is a criteria for all the research scholars that they need to finish their research work within the stipulated time, and they cannot be extended beyond the time limited. One reason may be because of the research grant cannot be given or extended. Another one, the duration of the studies is very less, the very shortage of time. So in this case, what happened? Many of some scholars, maybe this kind of things will be involved. So most scholars commonly with the intention of improving the results or maybe removing results that do not fit with the hypothesis. So these type of things will be happening. Plagiarism. Right? So plagiarism, right, is the appropriation of another person's ideas, processes, results, or words without giving appropriate credit. Okay, don't think that plagiarism means it is occur only in research. Only in research. Actually, it is not only in research. It is occur. The plagiarism is occurs everywhere, especially in music industry. I hope that in recently, right, one of the latest released movie, right, music director's music was heard as a plagiarism, right? So actually, don't think that plagiarism will take place only in this research conduct, but also it will take place in other field also. So it is the most frequent type of misconduct or major breach of ethics. So plagiarism is qualitatively different from the other two because it does not distort the scientific knowledge, although it has important consequences of the careers of people involved in and for the whole scientific enterprises. Right. So research misconduct undermines the principles of honesty, transparency, accountability that are essential for the advancement of knowledge. It not only damages the reputation of the individual research, but also erode public trust in the scientific and academic community, and also institutions and organizations typically have established policies and procedures for handling allegation of research misconduct, including investigations, sanctions, and corrective actions to address and prevent further ethical breaches. And generally, so what you have to do means, while addressing and preventing research misconduct is crucial for maintaining the credibility of the research and ensuring that the ethical conduct of scientific inquiries is maintained. So what are the challenges? Right? Pressure to publish. Right? One of the thing is, the publish or perish culture can lead to ethical lapses, including data manipulations, selective reporting to meet publication demands. Actually, just now the previous, my HO is the Dr. Renuga mentioned about my, not only that one, also I think one of the audience, I raised the question, how many publication a research scholar must be published before they present their work, right? Actually, this is one of the reasons. In Malaysia, some of the universities they set the criteria. What is the criteria means? They, now actually it is very tough. They have to, the research scholar, while they complete, before they submit the thesis, certain university, actually the criteria is varies from university to university. I'm talking about one of the university in the University Technology Petronas. That one, the students need to publish only in journal. The conference publications is not taken into considerations. You, no matter how many conference you publish them, those papers will not be taken into account. Only journals, and journal means it must be an ISI journal or it should be a Scopus indexed journal, and especially Q1 or Q2. Even sometimes Q3 and Q4 publishing is not being acceptable. That is what the university criteria has been set, because it varies from another university, Malaysia, right? University Malaysia, it's a public university. Earlier, I think some mentioned about 5 years before. I think so. One of my colleague who did his PhD over there, right? Actually, they give two options. Either you publish the journal, right? Q1 or Q2 journal. You don't need to do Viva. You don't need to do Viva presentation. That is not there. Either you publish to journal, or if there is a conference publications, you need to present the report and you need to give. So these are some of the criteria they will set, and some they will be given 2, some of them they will be given 3. So within the duration of the time, the students need to be published, because when you go for indexed journal, the publication time will take place, even it will take 1 year. Because just now our previous presenter mentioned about, right, the criteria for publishing there. It goes through, actually, even though you want to publish the manuscript, the time duration, right, it depends upon the publication, the journal one. Some of the journal will take 6 months, some of the journal will take 1 year, some of the journal will take even more than 1 year. So when this duration of time, what that means, the researchers have some pressure, right? So in that cases, when they want to do kind of research, they will involve in this kind of things. And authorship disputes, right? This is also they mentioned about ambiguities, right? Authorship, actually, the person who really contributes the most majority of the contributions, right? They are the one is considered as the authorship. And also Ms. Renuka has highlighted about the order of the authorship to be mentioned in the research application. So ambiguities in authorship criteria can lead to disputes, and also the impacting this ethical dimension of the research collaboration also will do. Sometimes what happens is, some of your colleagues, right, just for affiliation purpose, they ask us to include their name without getting some favor. And this kind of things are all happening in many of the institutions across the world, right? Then another one is what we call the predatory publications. Actually, there is no peer review things. So this rise of predatory journal poses a threat to ethical publishings, necessitating awareness and vigilance among researchers. So these predatory publications does not have a peer reviewing process. So when you submit the manuscript, within 10 days they will publish. And there are journals are available in India. Actually, there are thousands of journals, hundreds of thousands of journals are available, and these journals they publish whatever the articles that you give, as long as it follow the research article structure, right? As long as it follows the research article structure, within 10 days or 15 days, they will just publish online, and for that they will charge the money. There is no peer review, there is no ethical activity, something whether it is original work or other work. So this kind of publishings as contaminating the academic research things. And also data sharing and open access, right? So balancing the benefit of open access with the potential misuse of shared data requires careful consideration of ethical implications. Sometimes when you are a peer reviewer, right, you may receive some articles, and that articles will have some confidential data, and changing or sharing those confidential data without the acknowledgement or without the knowledge of the original author is actually a damaging one. So what is the consequences? Right? So what will the consequences of this ethical misconduct, research misconduct, right? So it could be the end of the career as a researcher. That means you may be dismissed, right? You may not be allowed to continue the research further. Sometimes some universities, what happen, they will force to stop the research topic, ask the researcher to change the topic, right? That don't can happen. Or if you are in the academic faculty, when you involve in this kind of things, dismissal from the faculty, dismissal from the organization will happen, and rejection of research grants, right? So this will take, so whatever the grant they need, you have to pay extra money, additional money will be happens. Blacklisted. That means you cannot be able to join in other organizations, or you cannot be able to publish any research paper or article. So this kind of things will be happen, consequences will be take place. So fabricators may previously earn academic achievement would be taken away. So whatever the academic achievements you earned, right, because of these kind of activities involved, so you will be taken back all those academic credit, everything will be go back. Right. So what is the role of researchers, right? The institutions and publishers. So everyone has an equal role as a researchers. So they must uphold the ethical standards transparently, so right, report methods, results, and engage in ongoing ethical educations. Actually, some of the researchers, right, the first gave about the hypothesis. So maybe in your research, right, you may have, say 10 hypotheses, something like that, you have it. Out of 10 hypotheses, most of the researchers, what they do means, almost all the 10 hypotheses must be acceptable, must be valid. It is not so. Not necessary to be that one. Out of 10, maybe 6 can be supported, right? The 4 cannot be supported. It be like this, right? But it cannot be all the 10 hypotheses cannot be supported. That means then there is no point in conducting the research, right? At least minimum 60% of the research hypothesis supported and 40% of the research hypothesis does not support it, still is a valid one. But make it as a genuine and report it why it does not support and what is the reason. Then institutions. So institutions should establish and enforce ethical guidelines, right? Provide resources for ethical training and also address allegations of misconduct. So almost all the institutions actually they can enforce ethical guidance to the students. So whoever any research students, those who are enrolling in the institutions, so they can set the guidelines, they can set the procedures, and they will give training maybe at the beginning of the enrollment process. They will just explain about what are the rules, what are the ethical principles, guidelines to be followed to each and every students that will help the students to avoid this kind of activity involved in things. And publishers. So publishers also plays a crucial role in implementing a rigorous peer review process. So combating predatory practices and promoting transparency in publications. Right. So certain publishers, as I mentioned, right, they will take a rigorous peer. There may be 3 reviews or 4 review process if we take this, and each review public will take almost the publishing time will take almost 1 year or 2 years, even if it take place in that one. So this is one of the reasons. So they also must be aware of all those things. Sorry. Okay. What are the ethical principles that needs to be followed? Right? Ethical principles that guide the research. First thing is honesty. So honesty means researchers are to be honestly report the data and results of the study, including the methods and procedures employed in the data collection, as well as the publication status. Okay, just by mention, right, out of 10 hypotheses, not necessary that all the 10 hypotheses need to be supported. Maybe 3 cannot be supported, means still support the honestly report that one. And objectivity. So researchers should uphold objectivity and scientific rigor at all times, because researchers should strive to avoid all forms of research such as bias in experimental design, data analysis and interpretations, peer review process, grant writing, and other facets of research. Then confidentiality. Right? Research should always uphold the principles of confidentiality. So one way of effectively doing this is to protect the confidential communication, such as papers or grants submitted for publications, patient records, like that. Then competence. So competence is researchers are supposed to be knowledgeable and experts in their own discipline or field of specialization. In short, researchers ought to maintain and improve their professional competence and expertise through lifelong education and learning. Integrity. So researchers ought to keep all the researchers ought to keep their promises and honor agreements, such as agreements with donors and research participants, right? So thus researchers need to strive for consistency in thought and action. Then legality, right? Research always has the legal dimensions. That means researchers ought to obey laws and relevant institutions and government policies. Because if you violate these kind of things, the consequences will be very serious, and also it will be damaging the reputation of not only the scholar but also the institutions they are working on, right? So maturity and openness. And knowledge is supposed to be free. So researchers must be willing to share data, results, ideas, and resources so that they must be open to constructive criticisms and new idea. So actually this is one way of improving your research prospect. Then respect for intellectual property. So researchers are to honor copyright, patents, and also other form of intellectual properties. So researchers should not use methods, data, and result owned by other researchers or scholars without permissions or proper acknowledgement. So researchers should always avoid plagiarisms. And responsible publications, right? So researchers need to publish in order to advance knowledge and scholarship, and also not just to advance in their own careers, right? So they also need to avoid wasteful publications such as publishing in predatory journals, duplicative publications, right? Sometimes it will happen, one author will publish in more than one journal. So this will be, sometimes it will be happen, not certain things, certain authors, what happen, they won't do it intentionally. They will just submit their article in 2 or 3 journals, all of a sudden what happened, they will be unaccepted. Sometimes what happened, they will publish. Then social responsibility, right? So researchers should conduct research only for the advancement of their career, but for the good of the society as well. So thus researchers should strive to promote social good and mitigate social harms. So measures to avoid, right, research misconduct, right? What you can do? Prior to the research, develop a clear research plan. So research plan, actually what happened? What is the research topic, right? Actually, at the beginning, one of the person asked about what is the research statement, right? Question about, actually, what you have to do means the title of your research, your problem statement, research question, research objective, right? Methodology, the data analysis and interpretations, all are having cascading effect, right? There is I think there's each of them are associated. So first thing start with problem statement, right? Problem statement is to identify the research gap. So when you read the literature, a detailed literature review, you will identify certain gaps, and you just take out all, you just find out all those research gap, and from that research gap, from that research problems, try to find out how you are going to address the solution. That is why the research question will start. So you can ask questions, how can you address this issue? How you can address this issue? That is become your objective of your research. From there onwards, you can expand your research. So prepare well with the research community, and also agree on authorship. So during the research, what you will do means follow the approved protocol. So some universities, whatever they will tell, every 6 months you need to publish one paper, or maybe you need to do the presentation, right? They have certain rules and guidelines, just follow the rules, everything. So involve the community and also regularly check your data, right? Especially nowadays, what happened? These data, right, especially when it comes to computer science, right? Whatever you learn, whatever you have the technology right now, in 2 or 3 days it becomes obsolete. 2 or 3 years later, right? So what you doing now, right? What you are using the technology or using it now, it may become obsolete or it no longer be useful or valid 5 years later. This is what will happen in the technology law, right? It's in almost every field. So regularly check your data. After the research, what you do? Share your study report study. So return something back to the research community, to the society, and also follow the publication ethics, because after all, right, whatever the researcher at the very beginning, the registrar mentioned about mine. Whatever the research you do, you must give back something to the society. You need to give back something to our community. That is most important thing. So that must be benefited, right? So that's what we need to do the research. It's not only just for fame or not only just for your academic, just put the title and besides your name. It is not for that. Actually, you must have some contribute certain things to our community. That's most important. And also follow the publication ethics. Right. We also have other deviations sometimes, right? What is the other deviations are? Say for example, sometimes what they will do, publishing the same paper in 2 different journals without informing the editors. Without informing the editors, it may happen. And another one is not informing the collaborator, right? Not informing the collaborator of your intent to file patent in order to make sure that you are the sole inventor. So they say whenever you have doing collaborative work without their knowledge, you just simply submit the patent work that you claim that you are the sole inventor, sole proprietor, but your collaborator name will be excluded. So this sense cannot be involved. And also include a colleague as an author on a paper in return for favor, even though the colleague did not make serious contribution to the paper. right? So this is what we call the authorship dispute will comes, right? So listing someone as an author solely based on the institution affiliations without their actual involvement is a research. This is also another breach of conduct. So discussing with your colleagues confidential data from the paper that you are reviewing in journal also is a bad habit. So in summary, so ethics in research and publication is imperative for maintaining the trust of the academic and scientific community and the public at large. As well as for the researchers, institutions and publishers, we must collaborate to foster a culture of integrity, transparency and responsible conduct to ensure that the fruits of the research contribute meaningfully to the knowledge and also to the societal advancement. And also continuous education, awareness and commitment to ethical principles are paramount in navigating the complex landscape of research and publications ethics. Right. So that's all about my presentations. I hope that I trying to finish it in a first time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murugan Thangaiya, for your excellent presentation. Now let us open the session for discussion. Any short question, a brief questions from audience? Yes, from Dr. Kumaran.
Dr. Murugan, I have a questions because you are the different background. You are from computer science background. So based on your experience, as you know, like all the computer science grows faster. So how do you carry out research in computer applications? In a short, could you tell us?
Okay. So actually, so when you are doing the research in the computer science, in the field of computer science or technology, the one thing as I mentioned here, the technology, whatever you do right now, whatever the one is available valid, 5 or 2 6 years later it becomes invalid. So what we do means the literature review. So whatever within 5 years, or within 3 years of research, because the students, those who have joined, say for example, say 2023, they will take 3 years time. They will take 3 years time or 4 years time to finish the research work, right? So when it comes so 2023, when you are doing the research paper right now, you are just accessing doing the literature review, which is 3 years before or 4 years before, means when it goes to 2027 or 2028, actually it is the whole data, whatever you prepare, it becomes obsolete, whatever you just began. So that is what we need to do, means we need to keep on update. We need to keep on the latest technologies that one you have to maintain it. You need to follow it. And this is not going to stop because the technologies keep on going because of the technological revolution based because of the machine learning technique, artificial intelligence. So the type of the way of conducting the research or the way of doing the research in the field of technology is going to be totally take a new dimension, in very quite few years. So we need to be prepared for those things also.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Murugan Thangaiya. Now we have another question from Dr. G. Jagadish.
Thanks, Dr. Murugan. It is very enlightening, your talk. You covered both the bench ethics as well as publication ethics. Good, nice one. There are several watchdogs in the US besides government agency, that is Office of Research Integrity, which watches over all these publications, ethics, and the cases are being filed. And there are recently we saw that more than 10,000 retractions of papers because of the publication ethics. I don't know about the Indian scenario and also in your Malaysia, whether any such watchdogs are there, both public and the private, who oversees this violation of publication ethics.
Okay. In this violation of ethics, actually the researchers must be responsible. The researcher, the scholar, those who are conducting the research, they must be responsible. And also, what happened is, so far there is no such clear or watchdog are available in India or in Malaysia. But only thing is, it is full and full depends upon the institutions, the guidelines, and also what happened, and also the researchers' full responsibility what they have to do it. That is the only way as of now to do that one. Maybe there is because actually I can just say about that one, alright? Say for example now the chat GPT. I hope that you all know about that one, chat GPT, right? So most of the students are in my institutions are using it. Whenever you just give the assignment or topics or everything, what they do mean the students they will just go there, they will just use that one, and using the chat GPT, they will provide everything, all those things. They will just submit the documents. So what we as researchers do means we need to use, because we know about what the chat GPT will do and how the students' ability, we know about the students' ability, and also we know about what is the type of the report they are submitting it. So we have to check with the what do you call it, AI detecting tools, and so we have certain tools that we are practicing in our university, and using that one actually we need to test that one. Mostly what we do means we will ask the student to submit with the report, the indexing report, whether your index your report or your articles, your assignment or whatever it is free from error, it is free from mission tools or writing tools. That is what we are right now we are practicing it. And because of this machine learning and artificial intelligence text comes around, we need to have we need to put more focus towards to combat all these kind of plagiarisms, fabrication, falsifications issues. It will there is no so far universal standard. We have to follow that. We need to write that one. We need to create that one, or maybe the research community will come out with certain guidelines, certain laws, or legal issues that these will be followed very soon. That one I am anticipating.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Murugan Tangaya. You have had a very good presentation which covered multifaceted aspects in scientific ethics and publications. Thank you very much for your time and for addressing our question, and we will catch you up some other day. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Dr. Murugan Tangaya. Have a good day.
Thank you for taking your time, lunch time.
Thank you. Dear delegates, now we are proceeding for lunch. The lunch will be ready. Lunch is ready. We are going to the hostel to have the lunch by bus. So we request everyone to go to the ground stage and you can catch the bus or to go for the lunch. The lunch will be for 50 minutes. We will again come back to the session after 50 minutes. Thank you very much and be on time. We are already running late the time, so be on time. Thank you. Yeah, so that we can close the session soon. Thank you.
Dear online participants, please join us after 50 minutes. Thank you. Dear online participants, we are requested you to join after 50 minutes. Thank you. Dear online participants, we are requested you to join after 50 minutes. Thank you.
sir.
We welcome once again to this afternoon session of International Symposium on Demystifying the Intricacies of Research Methodology, Scientific Publishing and Patenting, organized by the Office of Research and Development and Institutions Innovation Council, Periyar Maniammai Institute of Science and Technology, Tanjavur. We would like to invite our resource person, Dr. Kumaran Shanmugam, Professor and President of Institution Innovation Council, Periyar Maniammai Institute of Science and Technology. As an enthusiastic academician, has holding 2 doctorates and a postdoctoral fellowship. He has received Endover Fellowship Medal at Australia, Innovation Ambassador Medal by Ministry of Education AICTE, and won Gold Medal for Special Performance by Periyar Maniammai Institute of Science and Technology. He has published 46 scientific articles and received 70 lakhs research grant as principal investigator, and 4 PhD scholars were completed under his guidance. Now, Dr. Kumaran Shanmugam will present his topic entitled Emerging Trends in Intellectual Property Rights and Principles of Patenting. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the nice introduction. So, time is now 2:34. So, I'll take 10 to 15 minutes. No, because we want to give more time to our guests today, and we want this is a fundamental. I will share the slides, so I don't have any problem. I can share the slides. So if if you are not possible to take notes, it is also already in the YouTube, and also it is camera YouTube. Okay. So it is already going to be in the YouTube. You can refer anytime, and slides will be shared in the WhatsApp group. So I hope it's fine now. So we are going to see innovation. So there are next slide, please. So, Institution Innovation Council, hopefully the colleges which you are representing, you are coming from, they also have this council. Around India, there are more than 6,000 councils are there. So, we work under Ministry of Education and All India Council of Technical Education. So, last 6 years, this is the 6th year we are working. The idea is to implement innovation in academic institutions. It is anymore not possible just to mug up and reproduce and get the marks. It is no more useful. So we want innovation in academic field. That is the idea. Yeah. Okay. That is the idea. We are doing that. That is a want. We want to give it. We want to ask our students to practice it. Innovation is very important. Okay. So the first slide will be types of IPR. I can start maybe. So types of IPR, patent is going to be there, copyright is going to be there, then trademark is going to be there, geographic indication is there, trade secret is there, then also plant varieties is there, and farmers' rights is there, and also industrial inventions are there. There are 8 different types are there which we are going to see. So among that, patent, we are going to talk about the patent because patent is a technical one. So otherwise, we can say if you have a invention that need to be protected before you publish. The point I hope you are getting it. If you have an invention, that please protect it by filing a patent or appropriate IPR, then publish it. That's a point I would like to put before you. Okay. Slide Arun slide. Just a moment. Slide is sorry. இருக்கா அருண் ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்கா? Okay, still he is doing, I don't know how many of you have WhatsApp group. Do you have a link there? I sent a link 2 days before that you are going to do IPR certificates before we share the slides. All of you can take your phone, just register it. It will take only 2 to 3 minutes to complete it. I have sent, you will get a certificate before you leave this conference. In the group, I posted a link where World Intellectual Property Organization is, they are giving, from Switzerland, they are giving online certificate, distance e-learning, and it's a free of cost. Some of the courses are paid one. You can do only the free of cost courses. One is a patent cooperation treaty. I don't know what you will understand what is PCT. PCT means when you are filing a patent, whichever country you belongs, the invention you have carried out, you should first file in the country. Then you can directly file your invention to another country. There is another way, you can go through the PCT, Patent Cooperation Treaty. Through Switzerland you can go. That is called World Intellectual Property Organization. This is not head office, this is only a connecting office. That's the point I would like to mention it. So if you do this certificate, you will get knowledge and you will get a certificate. This is one of the courses, particularly those who are working in a medical field or biomedical field, science. It's very good because medical innovation technologies certificate is there. This is signed by World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, World Intellectual Property Organization, Switzerland. 3 organizations they sign and they give it. So they will give a 60-page document. In the 60-page document, it's an open exam, you can even keep your material with you, and you have to answer. It will be only 20 minutes. If you get more than 70% mark, you will get. So I have also posted that certificate, which I got it 3 years or 4 years before, which is very good for you. You will understand when is the medical innovation is there between the countries, how it is it has some complications. So that is very important. Vandisha? Yeah, sharing. So content of the presentation. Now you can listen, then we'll do then the final one. Today we have a IPR, types of IPR, and also IPR offices in India and opportunities, and WIPO, the certificate which I am mentioned. So our research scholars, they will help you if you have any problem, because you will get immediately a mail to your registration mail. You have to authenticate, then you have to come back. If you are a student, you have to post your ID card, you have to take a snap and you have to post it. Register number also you have to post it. So it is very good to get a knowledge and also to get a certificate. Okay. So next is Arun. Next. Yeah. Third slide, Arun. Next slide. Okay. Previous slide, Arun. Yeah, could you check whether they are seeing the slides? Sir, they are seeing the slide. Is it? Yeah. Okay, fine. So I would like to acknowledge one individual and organization. One is Mr. Kumara Venkatesan, who taught me the IPR, and who then is Institutions Innovation Council. We have been trained in fundamentally as well as basic as well as advanced one by the Institution Innovation Councils for last 6 years. There are a lot of aspects. Today we are going to see only the fundamentals. Okay, next please. Next slide please. There are property, we can be the tangible property, intangible property. Yeah, tangible property is if you can measure any property, that is a tangible. It's a X, Y, Z direction. If you say length, and it's a width and height, if you say, and you can measure it, and value is measurable, is a tangible. IPR comes under intangible. If some invention is going to come from your mind, and if it is not easy to value it, you understand. So the invention can change your life as well as the world. So it's very important to concentrate intangible property. That is a negative right. So we are protecting a negative right means you are allowing a person. It's like you have a home and we have a door. You are allowing the person only whom you wants to enter in your home. The same way IPR. Only you are going to give a permission to the people who you are granting it. Otherwise they cannot use. So it is called negative right. That is very important. Please mind, it is not a positive right. It's a negative right. Next please. Types of IPR already mentioned. There are 8 types: patent, trademark, copyright, trade secret, geographic indications. Next slide please. And also plant varieties and all. Integrated circuit is related to ECE. They know about IC. Next please. Arun, idu perusa kundida view pandra mudiyadhu. Okay, there are a patent like domain. Patent comes under invention. That very important. What is invention? You should have a definition. If something comes first time in the world, it is an invention. So you may ask, is it really? We are trained. We should not scare any student or anyone researcher that you have to find something first time in the world. Even if incremental change, example, your drug is there, efficacy is better than earlier one, and cost is better, so then it can be considered as a novel. Novelty should be there, inventive steps should be there, and industrial application should be there for any invention. 3 points. Please once again repeat. For any invention, novelty should be there, inventive steps should be there, and industrial application should be there. We may have some invention. If nobody is going to buy, then there is no use. So invention should be some applicability. That's very important. Next slide, please. Okay. Trademark is the logo and symbol, which I already mentioned. Copyright, again, even if the class is now recorded, this comes under copyright. So it's very important because copyright can be stand-up comedy, even writing a book, or even the music notes, everything comes under copyright. You know, there are recent disputes between the famous music director and singer. So now the rule has changed. So the composer, singer, and background person who giving music, lyrics, all they have a share on the song. So it is not like earlier. So people who are contributing for any IPR, they have a share. So the important point, many of the individual may not know that in a patent application there will be two columns. One is applicant, next is inventors. Applicant is the owner of the invention. That is very important. Applicant is the owner of the invention. So if your name may be there, if you work in a software industry, there will be 1,000 music programmer will be there, but applicant is only one company. It could be any private company. So applicant, it's the owner of the invention. That's very important. Yeah. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Design is a shape. Probably you know that any shape of the material is called a design. In India, but in US, design is also considered as a patent, but in India, design is only a design application. So I would like to put an important point. In IPR law is territorial in nature. Law goes different from country to country. So it can have a unique law. We have a unique law in India, section 3D, that we are going to see Novartis and cancer drug, which they lost it in India. A small case study, 3 studies, one from mechanical engineering, one from computer field, one from we are going to see from a pharmacy drug. Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to put a few points which I like to, the 2 slides which you need to identify a problem like research here. Then we are going to try to solve it in the unique way. Then we are going to find an invention or intellectual property rights in this, and we need to protect it, and finally we are going to commercialize it. Many of the faculty members, they think that if you have in the CV, if the patent or IPR is there, it is enough. It is not that. If your patent should be commercialized, if it's not commercialized, doesn't have any value. So I hope you understand. If the invention is there, if you have IPR, one of the IPRs with you, you have to commercialize. Without commercialization, there is no value. Next slide, please. So I already mentioned that there are two slides which are Arun, next slide, please. Next, I already mentioned about it already. Next slide, please, Arun. So trademark, if you see the logo of trademark of many companies, there is a meaning in that. Example, if you see that Amazon, A to Z, they are selling products. They convey the message, the colors, they use it. If I go on, I can take a lot of trademark and we can discuss, but only few. If you see a Toyota, you will see a car, immediately you know it's a automobile company. So they convey a message to the customer. Sometimes the trademark and the product will not be related. It will have totally different. Example, wet grinder may be a Saubhagya wet grinder. There is no connection because we cannot keep a logo or trademark wet grinder. So we have to put a name on that. So that is why Saubhagya wet grinder is there. So that is one of the important points in trademark. There is also some points which I can say, but I don't know, it's very easy, not easy to understand. Well-known trademark is there. There are some other points. I'm skipping that. Next, please. Next. Copyright. Copyright, I already mentioned that it's a... Hello? Echo. Hello? Okay. Hello? Okay, copyright, I already mentioned. If the talk is going to be recorded, it's going to be copyright. So that is already I have said. Next slide, please. design, already mentioned. Only the product outer look, even a stapler, Gangaru stapler, they have 8 design applications. A stapler has 8 design. Even still now, every Friday, IPR Office India is releasing a magazine. You can see a list of patents, list of IPRs. So if you have a imagination is there, that imagination is going to be used in a product. That product is very useful, and the companies will buy and your design. So design is only outer look. So it's very important. So you can contribute, you can commercialize. The important point is you have to commercialize and get money out of it. So if you are creative, you can do this. Next slide, please. Arun, next slide. So GI, as on today morning, I took 504 products in India. Karnataka tops #1 in GI products. Tamil Nadu second largest. So the reason is GI is a product which is made in that region for many years. So in case if you go to Kanjipuram, you buy a Kanjipuram silk saree. So if you go to Mysore sandal you buy. So it's something like you go to Darjeeling tea you buy. Tirupati laddu also comes under GI, so on. So people should not make a product and sell it as a Kanjipuram silk saree. They can make it as a silk saree, not Kanjipuram silk saree, because it has a definite pattern is there. So it comes under GI. The country, I have one more, next slide please. I have one more slide. You can see China tops in the world in GI products. The more the GI, it shows they are richer in the culture. It's very important. So you can see, I don't know, it's very simple. China tops #1. India is in the largest, in the least one. But of course, it's 2018 data. Currently today they have a 504 GI products. So India is trying to increase its GI products. So each niche they make a small product, and the product is going to be sold by the community, the society. It's the only one IPR which is not given to any individual, it's given to the society. Please remember, GI is not given to any individual, it's given to the society. Kanjipuram Silk Weavers Society will get the GI tag. So individual cannot put. Example, art plate, Tanjavur art plates, again it's a GI tag. Next slide please. So I would like to put a few points because I skipped, the time is not there. Patent is generally awarded for 20 years and plant varieties and so on. Next slide please, Arun. Next please. I'll give this slide to you so you can have, so Arun, next. Or 2 times that, no sir. Okay, this is about IPR office in India, otherwise I can give, it comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India. So you imagine, the reason why they kept in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, IPR, intellectual attorney, you can file it. There are 2 chances again. You can file yourself, like cases, we can fight our cases in a court ourselves, or we can appoint a lawyer. The same way here. Next slide please. Okay. Most of the time people think a mere addition or mere change or combination of 2 become a novelty. It's not novel. I already mentioned, innovation is considered as it's a novelty. Yeah, steps should be novel, and finally industrial application should be there. The 3 should be followed. Next please. These are the mere arrangement. Next please. Next. Okay. Now we are going to come to the close of the session. As I said, we are going to take 3 case studies. First is pharmacy. So Navarat is a company from Switzerland. They have a drug called from imatinib mesylate. This drug is used for a cancer, blood cancer. Is it right, sir? So they filed a patent, and what they did in India, there is a section 3DS special law only in India. If they already got a patent for a product for some other purpose, they add a small addition and they again claim for patent, it's not possible. Section 3D says if already there is granted for a product which they have invented for some other application, they do a small change and they're claiming for some other application, it is one of the best drugs available as an oral drug available in the history, and it's an oral drug for a blood cancer. They failed. The Indian court has squashed their patent. So they were angry because they invented lot of money on the invention. The second case, please, next please. TVS Bajaj, you know the TVS Flame bike, probably the second case study. It's again between Bajaj has first invented button start. This is the first time in India they came. Then TVS followed that. There was a small dispute. So the case went for many years. Finally, court settled in this. Finally, the technology itself outdated. Next slide, please. I don't know whether I put it the two photos. Most of the people who knows about IPR, the left side, right side, many of you know it's a Microsoft, Bill Gates. But the left side, I don't know how many of you know. He is a person, Australian programmer. It's Unila company. He has one of the best programmers. He wrote a program used for Windows. It should be for Windows security. Whenever the Windows starts, this program will run. What happened? Microsoft, Bill Gates tried to write, he's asked his programmer to write a best program, but it failed. Finally, without his permission, he took this program and installed in his Windows and released it. So again, this is a big dispute. I don't want to go further. Finally, this person got money in unsettled. They settled themselves out of court. So we don't know how much they settled. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, there are courses like NPTEL, IIT in courses. You can do the courses where you will get a knowledge. There are vacancies available. Youngsters may think, what is the knowledge of getting a IPR knowledge? There are, as on date, I also posted in the WhatsApp group, vacancies are there. 500, I think. Could you go to the next one? Could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, WIPO certificates, which I mentioned. Left side you will see PCT, Patent Cooperation Treaty. Right side is Innovation Medical Technologies. This is for a science or medical oriented, you can do it. I already said 60-page document you have to do online and you will get a certificate. You have to get a minimum 60 to 70% mark. That is a condition. But for PCT you can do any number of attempts. You can, if you make a mistake, you have to do all the question once again. That is not any number of attempts you can do. Finally, you will get a very good certificate, and also you will get a knowledge. That's very important. Next, please. Okay. If you see that 553 vacancies as on today morning I took from a IPR website. As a youngster, you want a government job, central government job. If you have IPR knowledge and law, it's very important. Technical point you will see the subject we are studying. Legal also should know IPR officers. You will get a government office, become a patent officer or a IPR office. You will get appropriate jobs. It is possible if you know the knowledge of IPR. So as on today there is in the website 553 vacancies are available. You can apply if you are interested. You should. It's also possible for the complete training. The private companies offering charging for 20 to 30,000 in Chennai and Bangalore. So you can go and you have to stay for 15 days. You will be trained. Then you can pass the exam. It is not so easy because drafting is very important. Next slide, please. So India is an innovation. Institution Innovation Council started by the present government in 2018. Now India is in the and its innovation rank applicant, and we have a share. The share is also negotiated. So I hope it's slightly complicated because money is involved. Yeah, when money is involved, it's complicated. Yeah. Yes, its institution always benefit because one of the person was asking, faculty members were asking, I am working, I don't want credit to my institution. It is not so. If we are working, even if you go out and file, finally they can sue you. In India, we are following the rules, but it's up to the honesty is there. So we have to give some share to the institution. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
We would like to invite our research person, Dr. Balakumar Pichai, Professor and Director of Research Training and Publication, Periyar Manimai Institute of Science and Technology. He has published about 125 scientific papers in the areas like cardiovascular, diabetic, and renal pharmacology and toxicology. His scientific works have garnered over 5,830 citations, and his H index is 42, and he has conducted several workshops, training programs in India and abroad. Now, Dr. Balakumar Pichai will present his topic entitled Structuring a World-Class Manuscript for Publication in SCIE, SSCI, AHCI, PubMed Medline, Scopus Indexed Journal. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. I am extremely pleased to be here and thank you for being audience. Title of my structuring world-class manuscript for publication in Social Sciences Citation Index or Arts and Humanities Citation Index or Emerging Sources Citation Index or PubMed Medline Citation or Index or Scopus Indexed Journals. Dear delegates, scientists must not only do science but must also write science. You might be a very good researcher, but if you do not know how to write and eventually how to publish your paper, still you are not a complete researcher. You should not only do the research, you should also write and eventually publish the research. In addition, your published paper should be cited by others. Then only your research will be considered complete. Suppose if your paper remain uncited for couple of years or even 5 to 10 years, it means you have not done a research that is of use to the society. Research outcomes are measured through quality publications. Thambi, work on Slide mathing. Okay, there are three kinds of problem as Dr. Jagadish discussed. First problem, typo and grammatical errors. Second problem, structural issues. You have to structure the article as per the instruction of the journal. The third issue is the scope of the paper that should lie within the scope of the journal. If you submit a paper that is beyond the scope of the journal, your paper will be rejected. Your paper won't be gone through the publication process. Next. So hundreds of predatory journals are available. There is a fourth problem. Even suppose you have done a good research and you are publishing in a predatory journals, your research is of no value. So do not publish your paper in a predatory journals. Next. So the universities can assist in foiling completely. They have to eradicate the predatory publications. So every university must have a separate division to train UG students, PG students and PhD students in terms of starting a good research and eventually in terms of having a good publication. Next. So hence we have published based on these aspects, we have published a paper recently in Nature, India, neutralizing temptation by predatory journals. Next. So coming to the main picture, at the end of this presentation, the participants, you will be able to explain why do we need to publish in indexed journals, art and science of scientific writing and structuring a world-class manuscript and successfully publishing the manuscript in a journal of international repute indexed in Web of Science. Next. Starting from the title. So the first component of a research paper is your title. The title may be of two types. One is descriptive title, other one is declarative title. In the first case, descriptive title, you are not declaring, you are not telling the result of the study, just you are describing. See, effect of paracetamol in the management of headache. We don't know what is the effect. But if you declare the effect, paracetamol relieves headache, it is a declarative title. So in the declarative title, you are announcing the conclusion. In the indicative title, it is a descriptive nature. Next. See the title, curcumin as a cure cumin, from kitchen to clinic. The title should be mouth-watering title. As soon as anyone sees your title, they should be very happy. And this is simply a commentary article and has been cited 1846 as of last week, 14 December 2023. See the curcumin, that is a component of turmeric, is a cure cumin, from kitchen to clinic. Such kind of a mouth-watering title that you have to come up to get your paper done in a good journal. Next. See, this is the title of our paper. A century-old renin-angiotensin system still grows with endless possibility. So the renin-angiotensin system is a system that is century-old. The title itself we are declaring. And still it is grows with the endless possibilities. So this paper was accepted without any revision from cellular signaling. Next. Next. See the title. In the title itself I have declared everything. This is a result I have declared. And it was my student work and published in molecular cellular biochemistry. It is a declarative title. Next. So again is a declarative title. Everything I have told in the title. So some journals, most of the journals, they want you to come up with a declarative title. Next. Poor English quality might delay the publication process or make the paper unpublishable. So you might be a good researcher, might be doing the good work in the laboratory, but if you do not write good, it is of no use. So you have to develop your soft skill, how to write a paper and publish it. Readers need to grasp the message conveyed and understand the impact of your work. It is the author's responsibility to correct the language, not the publisher's responsibility. It is you to come up with a very good manuscript. You have to use present tense for known fact and hypothesis. The earth is round. You should say still it is round. You cannot say although it was known earlier, you cannot say earth was round. It is round. So if anything you are referring from the literature, you have to write in the present tense, not in the past tense. Paracetamol relieves fever. You cannot write paracetamol relieved fever. You cannot write. So it means the existing fact which is available in the literature, that has to be written in the present tense. Use past tense for describing your results. We carried out, we analyzed, we performed, past tense. Use active voice while making a sentence. Don't use passive voice. We carried out experiment. The experiment was carried out. No need. We carried out experiment. I eat mango. 3 word. I eat mango. The mango is eaten by me. 6 word. No need. So try to express your sentence in active voice rather than passive voice. Next. Introduction. Next. See, now the title part is over. Coming next to the title, the abstract. First, background. See, you should start writing the abstract with the background. Don't immediately start that the present study has been designed to investigate. No. You give a background of 2 sentences. Background. This section, which ought to be the shortest in the abstract, should provide a quick summary of the following detail. What prior knowledge there is about the topic in relation to the particular paper, what is unknown about the topic, and thus what does the study aim to investigate. This should be the background. That is unknown. It is not yet known. Therefore the study has been designed. And what it looks for. This should be the background, just 2 sentences in the starting of the abstract. You can write inanimate source like this paper evaluate, this study evaluate, the present study tested, this review presents, this study aims to develop. These are inanimate sources. Next. Okay, after the background, directly you can enter into the method. I'm telling how to write an abstract. So in most cases, the second longest part of the abstract is the methodology section. The reader should be able to easily understand what was done and how by reading it in adequate clarity. So what you have done, what methodology part you have performed, that should be written within 2 or 3 sentences. Next. Then coming to the result. Nothing ought to dilute the scope and the quality of the result section, which is the most significant portion of the abstract. You have to have 4 or 5 sentences for results, where if possible you have to include the results with the statistical analysis with the p-value, and this is better than this one, p-value less than 0.05. Such kind of numerical data should be included in the result section of abstract. Next. Conclusion. You should never include any discussion part in the abstract. Background, methods, results, and directly the conclusion. The most important takeaway message from the study, that is a primary outcome, should be summarized in a few carefully selected lines and placed in this section, conclusion section. Additional significant or surprising finding should also be mentioned. And I keep in your mind, you should be allowed to come up with abstract within 250 words, and some journals 200 words. In very few journals they may ask you to come up with 150 words. So you have to have abstract following their author instruction before you submit your paper. Otherwise there will be a structural inconsistencies and your paper will be returned back to you, and it will be a delay of 1 or 2 weeks unnecessarily. Next. So abstract may be a structured or unstructured. Structured means you have to have a title, background, then write a background. Methods, write a methods. Results, write your results. Conclusion. So structured. Single paragraph. Unstructured, again it is a single paragraph without having the title, background, method, results, conclusion. But for the structured case, you can have different paragraphs, 4 paragraphs. Some journals they might you to submit your paper with structured abstract, and some journals unstructured abstract. So again you have to refer the author's instruction. The abstract should include a brief mention of your problem statement. Problem statement, that should come in the background section. That problem you are going to address, and what do you have addressed, that should come in the conclusion part. Fine. Next. So you have to follow the IMRAD style. IMRAD means introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion. Introduction, as Dr. Renuka Sallapan explained. Introduction, why did you start? Method, what did you do? Results, what did you find? And discussion, what does it all mean? So today I am going to elaborately write how to write a discussion, because most papers are rejected based on the poor discussion. So you have to have a very strong discussion to have your paper considered and eventually accepted by a journal of international repute. Next. Next. So the key steps for research, these all are the part of your introduction section. Abstract is done. These all are the part of introduction section. So after the abstract, before the introduction, you have to write 6 keywords. Keywords are the words which people, when they use it, your article will appear and eventually they will cite your article. So you have to get keywords from important sources like MES database, PubMed, Medline are very important keywords that are related to your study. After the keyword, you should start writing your introduction section. And what are the components of introduction? These are the components. You have to first identify the research problem based on the research gap. Diabetes mellitus is the leading disorder. Although we have number of medications to treat diabetes mellitus, still the incidence of disease is going high. That is a gap. There is a problem. That you have to mention. You have to start with the research problem and the research gap. Next. Then you have to formulate a research question. Then you have to do a very good literature search that I will have a highlight on this issue. Next. Next. idea generation, including divergent and convergent thinking. Then you have to reach the final thinking, final idea. Based on that one, you have to generate a hypothesis. Then you should start writing aims and objectives. And this is the component of your introduction. Introduction should end up with your aims and objectives. Next. So introduction, that there should have a brief overview of the topic. Then what was done earlier and what the current research, what you are going to do, and a justification for your research. Then finally the introduction should end up with the objectives of the study. Next. Most recent references are needed to be cited in the introduction section. You cannot cite that diabetes mellitus, the incidence is increasing. You cannot cite the reference of 2010 or 5. It should be 2023. That too October, November, possible December. So you have to have a recent references mostly cited in the introduction section. Better no more than 500 words. Of course, Dr. Renuga told 700 to 1000 words, but it is better to come up with the introduction 500 words. It means 2 pages. Don't write a lengthy introduction, because editors as well as readers do not have time to read your introduction. Let it be more focused. Cite your previous study references. Suppose you are an experienced author, you should cite your paper if it is highly relevant to your study. Otherwise, it is considered as a self-citation. Don't go for self-citation. If it is your follow-up study, for example, Dr. Komadi, she is publishing many articles. But if she has published 4 articles, means while she is writing 5th article, she can cite that all 4 articles, provided that if all four are directly relevant. Otherwise, you should not cite it. It will be considered as a self-citation. Self-citation is also an unethical practice. So you have to cite your own reference if it is highly relevant to the current study what you are going to publish. Next. So you have to use present tense for introduction, past tense for methods, past and present tense for results. We carried out, we noted, but in the bottom of the figure or table, the legend, this table shows, this figure shows, that is in present tense. Okay. Then discussion, mostly present tense, and some part of present perfect tense also you can use. Next. So now introduction part is done. Now the methodology part. For methodology part, you have to have a onion method, the research onion model. Onion has different layer. See the layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5 and layer 6. The major 6 layers of the onion model. What is the first layer, the outer layer? That is philosophy. The second layer, approach. In the approach, see, deductive and inductive reasons are coming. Then what is the third layer? The type of study, whether it is a survey study or case study or grounded theory study or action research or experimental work, that you have to consider writing. Then methodology, what you are going to write. Is a single method you are using, or many multi-methods you are going to use, or mixed methods. For example, you are going to have a staining of renal sample. People might use three stainings. Hematoxylin used in staining, periodic acid staining. This is a multi-method to look for the same problem. Okay, like that. Then finally, what kind of study yours? Whether it is a cross-sectional study or longitudinal study. What does it mean, cross-sectional and longitudinal? Next slide will say you. Then finally, you have to collect the data and you have to analyze. So you have to follow the framework known as research onion that can be used to design several research methodologies based on studies objectives. Next. Look at this one, the first philosophy, the study of the fundamental nature of knowledge. So you need to know what you are going to study, the first one. Second, inductive and deductive reasoning. Inductive means you are having the hypothesis, deductive means you are proving that hypothesis. And strategies, what kind of experimental study that is, and what are the methods that you are going to use, and whether your study involves cross-sectional or longitudinal. Cross-sectional means data collected at one point in time, means at the end of the study the data is collected. For example, you are taking opinion after this symposium one time, but after every lecture if you take opinion, and that is a longitudinal study. Data collected repeatedly over times. For example, you are going to measure your blood sugar level after the drug treatment, day 1, day 3, day 10, day 30. That what kind of study that is? Longitudinal. But if it is a one-time one, cross-sectional. That comes in the 5th layer. The 6th layer, once data is collected, you have to analyze the data using a statistical analysis, 2 group, 3 group, multi-group comparison, multivariance, and so on. Next. See, these are the things that we have explained. So this is inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning. Most of the people, they do not understand what is inductive reasoning and what is deductive reasoning. Inductive, see, there's an example. Every dog I meet is friendly. So there is a data. What is the hypothesis? Most dogs are usually friendly. Okay. Now see, I see fireflies. The mini poochiri kothingala, adha fireflies. I see fireflies in my backyard every summer. So hypothesis, this summer I will probably see. So this here you are hypothesizing. That is inductive. But deductive means see here. Major premise, minor premise, conclusion. All mammals have backbone. Humans are mammals. It means humans have backbone. So you are concluding. You are concluding. And such kind of things are coming in the second layer, then third layer, methods. So finally you are collecting the data and you are analyzing the data. These are the components of writing a good methodology section, the onion model of methodology. Next. The next one, time waste. Next. Now, coming directly into the discussion, see, this is the part that you have to have a lot of concentration. Key points to be considered while structuring the discussion. Start the discussion by stating the major finding, answering to research question. You have to start writing the discussion by stating the major finding. In this study we have performed and we have noted this one. Then you start writing the discussion. What does it mean? Many people, they start writing discussion without mentioning the major findings. So you have to mention first the major findings of the study while you start the discussion section. Highlight whether the null hypothesis is accepted or rejected. If there are the differences between the group, the null hypothesis is rejected. If not, the null hypothesis is accepted. State, then write why. Then discuss the results in relevance to the previous body of literature. You have to connect your discussion with the existing literature. We have noted this one. It is consistent with the existing literature. It is contradicting with the available literature. Why? You write. So you have to cite references in the discussion section also. Except the abstract, remaining all the section must have references. Introduction, materials method, but not result. Result section should not have references, but discussion section should have a rich of references. The previous work may be discussed that is in support or against your results. If it is supporting, you write yes, it is consistent with the existing result. If not, it is against with the existing result, then write why. That is a discussion. What may be the possible reason? The hypothetical answer can be of good. Next, express coherently the uniqueness of the study. That is most important. When writing a discussion, say that your study is unique and how far it is unique. Then only it will have a chance to be considered for publication in a Q1 Web of Science journal. So morning Dr. Murugan Tangaya told a PhD scholar means should publish Q1 and Q2. It will be highly appreciated, not even Q3 and Q4. So it means all the research scholars should target a high level of quality publication. Fine. A brief discussion on the principle, superiority of the methods employed in the study may be considered. See, this is most important thing. Discuss unexpected result and also even the minor findings with the possible explanation. Sometimes the serendipity, you might be doing something and some different result might be possible to come. So you have to discuss that unexpected results as well. Non-specific, loose and sweeping statement. Sweeping statement means a generalized statement should strictly be avoided. You see, suppose you might be doing some leaves activity, some anti-cancer activity, and leaves might have anti-cancer activity, and you cannot say that this is the wonderful leaves, definitely it will cure all kind of cancer. You cannot say right. It is a preliminary study. It should go long way to go for a conclusion. The sweeping statement should be avoided and loose statement non-specific. Discuss the strength and major pitfalls of the study. In the discussion itself, you should discuss the limitation of the study. If you are discussing limitation, then you may not get the questions from the reviewer. Otherwise, reviewers may write a comment. This is inefficient. This is not correct. You write the limitation because every study must have a limitation. Not all things that we can do at the level of a master or PhD. Next, discuss the relevance of the obtained result to the current practice of the field. Finally, end up the section by discussing the key finding, that is concluding remarks. So, the discussion section should end up with the conclusion section. The need for additional studies and future direction can be highlighted at the end. Every study must open for a new study. In this world, no study is the last study. If you do some work, you have to open up the way for further studies. That should be written at the end. In general, use mostly the present tense and active voice while writing the discussion section. Next. So conclusion. These three components are basically okay, but still if 6 components are there, it is good. What are those 3? What are those 6? Let us discuss. Conclusion. In summary, we have demonstrated what you have demonstrated. Based on these findings, we suggest that. What you suggest? However, nevertheless, further studies are needed to examination. So here you are giving the future direction. So this is the component of conclusion. That is the part of discussion. At the end of the discussion, the conclusion section should come. Next. So better conclusion. See, we have written in our book, recent book, Springer book. These are the 6 points that you should write in the conclusion to make it very effective for the Q1 Web of Science journal. Number 1. In this study, we address the current progresses and challenges. This is the key question, research question you are addressing in this study. In summary, the present study shows, reveals, demonstrate what your present results show. This finding provides, look at this one, new insights into our understanding, or our results bring a new light on. This is the uniqueness you are writing in the conclusion. Based on these findings, we confirm, we suggest, we propose, we recommend. This is the proposal that you are giving based on your finding. The 5th one, nevertheless, further studies are required to validate, examine, conclude. Still you need a further study, additional studies. See the last point. Though additional studies are needed, the present study contributes to the better understanding of. Though additional studies are needed, the present study contributes to the better understanding. This you are making a strong statement. Still it makes our knowledge advanced, the better understanding of something. So this is the component of conclusion section that should be written at the end of discussion to make you very comfortable to get your paper published, considered, published in a Q1 Web of Science journal of international repute. Science Citation Index expanded. Next. Citations are not necessary in the conclusion section. Some paper we could see that even in the conclusion section, people are writing citation. No. It is exclusively based on your present study, current study result and your suggestions. And you are opening your future directions. No need to cite any citation, any references in conclusion section. Your own study finding as provided in the scientific publication are the basis for your conclusion. Citations are therefore unnecessary and irrelevant. Next. So now referencing. Referencing will be the last part, but before referencing there are some statement you have to mention, like conflict of interest statement, acknowledgement, author contribution, funding statement. These are the requirements of current journals, you know. So references may 2 types, Harvard referencing style, Vancouver referencing style. If you state a name, Balakumar et al. 2023, and if you make all references alphabetically at the end of discussion conclusion section, that kind of referencing system is known as Harvard referencing style. Look at this one, Du Bois et al. 2002 and Bishop Bailey 2000. See, name or single name, just a year. Double name means and triple name means et al. Et al means multiple authors. Next. And you are making alphabetically, see. Alexander, Balakumar, see, alphabetically is coming. So you are listing alphabetically at the end of references. In the text you are writing a name and a year. So that kind of references are known as Harvard referencing style. Next. So referencing is needed to avoid plagiarism. So you cannot, for example, you are writing is needed to avoid plagiarism. Next. So the reference is parenthetical notation. Notation type is known as Vancouver and parenthetical type is known as Harvard. Next. So this is a Vancouver style. In the Vancouver style, we don't name in the text. We used to give number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. It will save lot of words and pages. And where in the end of the references, we do not provide the alphabetical manner. We just number it, whatever the order comes. Next. See here 1, 2, 3 like that. Next. Dear delegates, this is most important thing. When you cite references, make sure that all references are valid. Make sure that references are retrieved from PubMed, Medline or Science.org or JAN or from important resources, important databases. Don't cite any references from predatory journals. Don't cite any references from hijacked journals. It will become invalid. For example, see this paper, one of our paper that was processed in our university early a couple of months ago. I could see this one. That paper was written back to the author. They said that lot of invalid references are there. Still your work is of good. So we want to process it, but you need to provide the valid references. The editor is good. Otherwise, editor will from engineering department. Total citation 35. How many valid references are? 21. So out of 35, 21 only valid. Remaining 14 invalid. Some journals, you know, they might reject your paper, desk rejection, because one is invalid. Abbreviated after the keyword. The highlights, this is most important thing. 5 bullet point highlights of 80 characters with space. So what is your aim? Objective, conclusion. Now, then introduction. Introduction, I told what are the components should be there. Materials and methods, protocol, onion method. Onion research methodology, I told 6 layers. 6 layers. Then results should be written past tense and dependent, independent variables, everything that you have to declare. Then discussion, then conclusion, concluding remark, there's a part of discussion, then acknowledgement. Don't acknowledge your HOD or your dean or any higher authority. Acknowledge really if they have contributed to your study. Even they might have improved your introduction section or typographical something they have fixed or anything else. So you do acknowledgement. Don't acknowledge your uncle, auntie, neighbor, your close friends, no need. Conflict of interest statement. There should be, already Dr. Renuga told conflict of interest, there may be a financial conflict that you should declare. Credit author statement. Credit author statement means what author, what they have contributed. Suppose if your paper has 6 author, author 1, what was the contribution, author 2, what was the contribution, author 3, what was the contribution. For example, Pichai Balakumar, don't write Pichai Balakumar fully, PB, contributed. Gaura Yanagali Jagadish, GJ, contributed. Okay, and at the end you should write all authors have read and approved the final manuscript. So it means you have to get approval from all the authors. Take a signature from every author stating that we have read and approved the final manuscript, so that they will not say later on that if the paper is retracted or rejected, oh we don't know about this paper, they have just included my name. That is malpractice. That you should never involve in your career. Next. Wait. Then funding details is very important. Even if your study does not receive funding, state that the study has not received any specific funding. But statement should be there. References, Harvard, Vancouver, which style? There is a group of journals, they follow both mixed style, Harvard as well as Vancouver. Legends for figure and table. After the references, you write what figure 1 says, what figure 2 says, what table 1 says. Don't include any figure table in the manuscript. Upload them separately, figures. Upload them separately. Don't include in the body of the manuscript. Upload the tables separately. Then boxes. Then author's declaration form where you are getting the signature for all from all authors. Then conflict of interest form. These are the checklists that you must ensure that all are done effectively before you start submitting your paper to any journal. Next. So these all things, select the right journal, review submission guidelines, prepare a high quality manuscript. Why? Then only it will be published. Otherwise will be rejected. Wastage of 6 months to 1 year. Many people are crying. Why? Their manuscripts are rejected. Because of the low quality. You have to have a high quality. You should ensure the high quality to get your manuscript through. The tough pathway of getting it accepted. Address reviewer comments. Very politely you should address. Suppose if the reviewer says something you are not agreeing that down, although we agree with that one, still we have some clarification on it. Or we thank the reviewer for the opportunity to clarify this issue. Don't say that it is wrong, reviewer is wrong. You cannot say. You have to politely respond to them. Because those are the people who are going to recommend your paper. Your paper will not be recommended throughout the world. Only 2 people will decide. 2 people will decide whether your paper can be accepted or rejected. Or maybe 3, or some cases 5. Not throughout the world that your paper is accepted, published. Not throughout the world your paper has seen your paper and eventually approved. Only 2 or 3 people. So you have to be very polite in responding to their queries. Anyone can ask anything. If they say that 2 plus 2 equal to 7, you say it may not be correct. Not it is incorrect. It may not be correct because 2 plus 2 equal to 4. Provide the evidence to them by citing the existing literature topic. Next, check the journal indexing, whether it is indexed in SCA, SSCA. Build a strong authorship team. If you have 5 authors should have a very strong team. I mean, they should know the basics of research. Persistent, original and significant research. Be persistent and patient because the review process may take time, even a month to a year. You cannot jump every day opening the online access, putting password daily 50 times. Don't check it. Definitely they will respond to you. They will come back to you after 3 to 4 months. If you do not get response until 3 months, then you send a reminder letter. Don't contact the editor frequently, otherwise they may get angry with your paper and it may negatively influence the outcomes of the paper. So keep in your mind. Or you may catch the editor on a bad day. They might be very angry for some reason. That day if you send a reminder, they may reject your paper. So don't. Next. These are the 4 components: protocol, experiment, tabulating result and publication. Next. So these are the things that you can use it for literature. PubMed, Science.right, Jan, Dr. Renuka discussed, Web of Science and Scopus. Next. So snowballing you know very well. Backward referencing tracking, forward citation tracking. Next. Okay, come to the conclusion. Wait, before that. Yeah. Let me come to the conclusion. Editors of the journal strive to publish top-tier research that will be interesting to the readers. They frequently have to decide among a large number of excellent manuscripts. Every month, many leading journals are getting more than 500 papers, but they will be able to process 20-25 papers. So remaining papers will be rejected. So you have to have a high quality papers. Your papers likelihood of acceptance increases if it describes field advancing research. That is the uniqueness of your study. If it is expertly written and formatted, if it speaks in a clear and concise manner. In the manuscript, don't use any contraction. Couldn't, wouldn't, shouldn't, can't, don't. Don't use so. My bike got punctured, so I was late. Not so, hence, therefore. Don't try to avoid mentioning there are many studies describing. Why? Several studies describe. There are many studies demonstrating. Why? Many studies demonstrate. there is, avoid it, and make a strong verb, like we conducted an investigation. No need, we investigated. We made an objection. No need, we objected. So make a strong verb, and don't use any repetitive work like this work was done completely and fully. Why? This work was done. It is really interesting to note that. No need to write. Why really interesting? It is interesting to note that. So such kind of things that you should practice. Don't use jargon. For example, technical jargon. For example, DC. The doctors might use DC means discharge. But you may not know, everyone may not know. Don't use any jargon word that is locally practiced, being practiced. Because your manuscript will be read and seen by throughout the world people. So write in a simple manner with a simple English, and you just have a short sentence. Don't go for the lengthy sentence of having more than 30 words. If it is having more than 30 words, it is not allowed. Don't put and like that you can write. Fine. So entire things are published in early, already we have published the reports in various conferences. This is the paper for literature search. There's more than 20 pages are there. You can enjoy this paper after waking up at morning 4:30 or 4 o'clock. You wake up and read this paper. Definitely you will get some good information. Next, the basic concepts of scientific research and communication. This was the first report that we have published in 2007 when Dr. Jagdish was the convener at the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER. 2001, that time I was in Punjab, so we were able to publish this work in Indian Journal of Pharmacology, the first report that Indian Journal of Pharmacology has ever published. So here are the author, previous one. You are going next. Now previous I'm telling, previous. Yes. Next. You are next. Before. You come previous slides. Slowly. Next. Previous slide. Yeah. See here, myself, Dr. Srikant Murthy from Drexel University, and Dr. Jagdish, who is sitting in front of us. A very active person, very dynamic, very energetic, have trained more than 10,000 students so far, and delivering a lot of lectures in throughout India, especially in Karnataka and southern part of India, to enlighten the students' knowledge to walk into the way of success. Next. So this is the report we have published 2011 Indian Pharmaceutical Congress. Next. And this one we have published 2012 Indian Pharmaceutical, one of the major conference having several thousands, many hundreds audience. Next. So this one we have recently published in Pharmacognosy magazine, the critical phases of effective research planning and scientific writing and communication. These all papers are available online. Just put our name in the Google, you will get this paper. You can enjoy reading this paper early morning. Why early morning I am saying? Because early morning only you have a fresh mind.
Thank you for your meticulous presentation, sir. Now the session is open for discussion.
I would be very happy to address your question, if any. Yeah, Edil, please come.
Sir, I am J. Edilbert, research scholar from Social Work Department, PMU. My research topic is related to bonded labor system. It's a topic mostly discussed by ILO or United Nations or some of that paper. When I am searching for the review of literature like that, most of the papers was not relevant to my topic, only relevant to child labor or child trafficking that way. can I reference that ILO or United Nations document in our research paper?
Okay, very nice question, Mr. Edil. You meet me tomorrow, we will address this issue. Thank you. Any other question? Because this is the question that we need to have half an hour to 1 hour to address carefully. Audience, Kalam College of Pharmacy, so many students are sitting who are looking very bright in study. It seems for me, boys. Boys always bright. Then girls, they are also bright. Both equivalent.
Any questions from online participants?
Yes, yes. Dr. Sivakumar, there is a question. You give a phone, mic to him.
Thank you. Nice presentation. So even our students, I am also one of our day I am sitting like this. Now I have the 100 papers publication. But when I go to the abroad, I can make able to out of 100, I published more than 50 papers from abroad. Okay, why this difference? When we are sitting like this, we cannot do it. Everyone they have the very low lying the remarks within from our research team in Indian research team. When they end up in the foreign soil, they are doing lot of work. They have lot of publication. Why this difference? Such a big difference in the research.
Of course, the time we spent for studying academics is more than research. Of course, at UG level, very difficult for you to do research. PG level, you may get 1 year, but PhD, only research. So you have to try to enter at least into the PhD level. Okay? So all the UG students must pursue your PhD degree. Then according to your interest, you can choose the specialization. Then you can go for a PhD. There you will know the real picture of research. If you become a researcher, you have lot of opportunities throughout the world. You can see the world. Like see Dr. Sivakumar did postdoc from NUS, the #1 university in Asia. Dr. Sivakumar is sitting. Did a postdoc and another postdoc from Japan. And see Dr. Kumaran, he did a postdoc from Japan. And see our Jagdish sir, he did a postdoc from Canada, then moved to America. For the past 35 years, he is in America. He worked in NIH. He published a paper in PNAS, Proceeding Natural Academy. That is not a simple journal. It's very tough to publish. He has published a paper in JPET, and recently we collectively published a paper in Nature. 64.8 is the impact factor. And 32 years he was in US FDA, regulatory body. It's very tough. They are meticulous job, that is. Approving drug is not a joke. And still he is 74 years old, still contributing to the science. So that's why we need to have a lifelong learning, and you have to make your career in research. You may be a good teacher, but you should become a good researcher. I always say, a good teacher may not be a good researcher, but a good researcher will always be a good teacher. Geeta madam, do you agree with me or not? Yeah, because she is also a good teacher, good researcher. And if the university, if you ask me that list the name of 10 researchers, Dr. Geeta also will be one of them. Because in addition to the hectic teaching loads, he will also concentrate after 5 o'clock. If you want to become a researcher, you have to spend time after 5 o'clock. Don't expect that the time will be available during the work. After going back to the home or after 5 o'clock, you have to be in the laboratory. Then only you can become a very good researcher. So enjoy the one-time offer that is life by becoming a good researcher. For UG student, especially for girls, you must be independent. You must go for a PG program. And what about boys? You should also. If they are independent, you should be highly independent. Then ultimately you go for a PhD program. That's all. After that, you join a good institution, earn money, and make your parents very happy. Not happy, very happy. Okay, I think I should stop now. And if no question, then I can stop now. Thank you. Yes. Your name, your institution.
Good evening, sir. I am Joseph from MIM School of Engineering, Trichy.
Excellent.
Suppose I am doing an experiment and I am having 3 findings, sir, and I am planning to publish 3 different journals. So my first half of the experiment will be same, introduction, everything will be same. Only the results and discussion will be different. So how should I present the paper?
Actually, rather than publishing 3 papers, you publish 1 paper. there is a scientific misconduct that is known as salami slicing. Salami slicing is a misconduct where people will partition the work and publish into 3 or 5 papers. Better than going for a Q4 journal or Scopus journal, you go for a Q1 journal by publishing combined all the results in a single paper. See, to become a very good researcher, you do not need the more number of papers. You need to have a quality of papers. Then only you will get a quality citations. So my advice, no need to go for 3 different paper, rather go for a single paper, but publish in a high rated quality Web of Science. For you, it should come under Science Citation Index Expanded. Because you are from engineering field, correct? Yeah, it is not under AHCI or SSCI. Yes, Science Citation Index Expanded journals, you select for that one, you submit your paper, publish it, get more citation, you enjoy your career. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request Dr. G. Jagadish to honor Dr. Balakumar Pichai and Head of Department of Biotechnology. We request Dr. G. Jagadish to honor Head of Biotechnology and to honor Dr. Balakumar Pichai on behalf of Department of Biotechnology for publishing an article in Nature.
Once again, we would like to invite our resource person, Dr. G. Jagadish, to present his entitled The Power of Publication Enhancing Institutions, World Ranking and Researchers' Influence. Welcome, sir.
This will be a short presentation because I intend to go in depth into manuscript submission and peer review and everything. That has already been covered by previous speakers, especially Dr. Renka from Malaysia. She covered extensively those things, and I don't want to cover up again the repetition. And of course, you can listen to the same story quite often, but however, it is not essential in the same day itself. So I try to avoid those things. I'll just go through only a few slides in the first few slides to show the importance of publication. That's all. Otherwise, there is no necessity of going through all the 60 slides, which are again becomes a repetition of what has been done by Dr. Balkumar as well as by Dr. Renka. So it's same thing only about it. What are the publications available and where you can publish it, how we can publish it, and how to pinpoint a particular journal, how to avoid predatory journals, and then how to bundle up your manuscript and then go through the writing a cover letter, submission, peer review process, and getting published. So again becomes a repetition. So I don't want to go through all the things. Only thing is power of publications. For a couple of minutes I will talk about it. So in 10-15 minutes you can finish it. Later on we can take up questions and answers session. Next one please. So importance of, because the last one is already been covered, last couple of things. Only first 1 or 2 parts only I'll be discussing, but not the manuscript preparation, selecting journals. So those things becomes a repetition per part. So we will avoid all those things. So these things I'll not go through this one. So only the first 3 aspects I'll go through. Okay, next one please. So writing an article is one of the 4 essential components of any research project. This is already Dr. Balkumar was talking about it, saying that why do we need to publish this one, and where does this article writing comes through. That is, developing a study protocol, which already talked in the morning, then conducting experiments, which is the physiological aspects of your work. You conduct a study and then you tabulate, analyze, interpret, which Dr. Balkumar talked about this one, preparing the manuscript, and Dr. Renkos has tested. So this is the way the writing an article is very essential part of your work. The ultimate goal of scientific research is to get published. Without public, scientific discoveries are essentially meaningless. If research is not read and shared among the scientific community, it might as well not exist. So I'm putting in a different way. Writings has already been said about it. Writing research paper is just as challenging as the research itself. All of you agree this one? Because equally both are 50-50% share. Publishing the findings is a way for researchers to contribute to the existing body of knowledge and advance their field. The quality of research, that is the research outcomes of your study, is often measured by the publication it generates. Scientists are not only expected to conduct research but also to effectively communicate their findings through writing. Aspiring scientists, like early career researchers who are budding scientists, those people starting from the early stages as postgrad students are primarily evaluated based on their publications rather than their charm or intelligence. That means how many papers are published. As a guide, if I am in the lab, I churn out every year two, three students going out. When they come back to visit, I always say that, oh, this student published 4 papers, this student published 3 papers, this in this journal. So I always keep on talking about my students who earned PhDs or worked postdoctoral fellows. We tell them that, oh, this is what the work was done by this guy. So we always talk about the good part about the publication rather than saying that this guy cut the joke. We don't say that one. Or this guy was drinking heavily in the lab. We don't. Instead of that one, we always proud of telling the guy what achievements has been done to the person. That's why the last sentence says primary evaluated based on the publications rather than cutting the jokes in the lab. So this should become famous for that aspect, saying that how many papers you published, on what kind of quality of article you published, where it was published. That people always remember that one. When you new juniors comes, we always distribute the papers. Look at this paper, you publish it. You be like this way only. We always give the reprints to the juniors who enter the lab. That means you become a role model in that case. Next one, please. Writing an article. Next one. How one obtains the data is not important. What truly matters is how one conveys the narrative of the project in concise, succinct, simple language, weaving the previous work done in the field. Review of literature and then your work, just like weavers do the cloth thing. So put it in that perspective. Answering the research question and addressing the hypothesis set forth at the beginning of the study. It essentially demonstrate how the results contribute to advancing our understanding of the concept and have implications for future research in the field. Manuscript should strive to tell a... Yeah, we'll go through this. Only 2 more slides. Manuscript should strive to tell a captivating story. That means to be enjoyable by others also. That's why papers are very short and writing in a very skillfully writing, that is able to attract the attention of the reviewers. Next one, please. The publication serves the important purpose of letting the work. Why should you publish it? What is the purpose of publishing? Which I will be talking about here. The publication serves the important purpose of letting the work or ideas known worldwide to researchers and other academia. People should know that what kind of work you have done it. So a particular institute is famous for one particular area or more than one area. Other institution working for rocket technology, for example, they are very much famous for. Other one for the harnessing particular technology. One's findings acquire meaning only when these are used further for the development of society and the advancement of knowledge. It helps to disseminate knowledge to the relevant places. It gives scientists a chance to prove they are good at what they do and build a reputation in their own society for the institutions, doing good to the institution. the date of publication is often taken as the first date of the idea. Dr. Kumaran was talking about same thing only. The patenting one. First time in the patent date, your name will be going there. That means discovery has been done here. Even somebody will be doing parallel, but if 2-3 people are doing in parallel, but who did it first? That will be taken into cognizance actually. That's why immediately people go for patenting one. So the date of publication after taken as the first date of the idea, discovery or invention on the timeline of a topic. So 2023, they already been published. 2024 you are going to publish it. That means you are delayed by 1 year. Credit goes to the person who did it earlier to you. It creates a public record of original contribution to knowledge. The recording is done by publishing or patenting. You are finding benefits for the researcher and teacher. Teachers believed that teaching students was the most important aspect of their job, so they put all their energy into it. Now it is defunct, outdated. But during our school time, 60s, before all of you were born, so what, the teacher used to be very excellent. Of course, most people who they know that sometimes middle school teachers, high school teachers, they are excellent storytellers. They talked so nicely, they taught the subject so excellent. At that time there was no research. So even in college also level, we have seen lot of teachers are extremely good in the subject. They never bothered about research, but that era has gone. Now we have combined that excellent teaching with the excellence in research also. The combination was not existing. In all government high schools, government colleges, there was no research at all. If you go and see the laboratory, only burette will be hanging, and this one and couple of test tubes, which are thin test tubes will be there. If you put more, then it will break at the bottom. So such things used to be the condition of labs during our time. 1 dozen tubes, when the technician opens it, 50% already damaged. So that was a very poor laboratory construction. Nobody used to do the research. But now that era has gone. It establishes requirements for a job. See, publication requirements for the job and recognition. Promotion from one level, from lecturer to assistant professor to associate to professor. Next level, there's new jobs and careers. You require publication. Otherwise, 2 people, 3 people apply for the similar jobs. So the selections based upon number of publications, quality publications. Now the yardstick has been changed. Earlier number of years of experience. Now years of experience should be coupled with the number of publications. Published work allows the author to take credit for the work that accrues in the form of jobs, promotions and awards. And Dr. Balkumar was telling that paper published papers, award also will be given. In Manipal University, they send the papers to me to grade the paper so that people can be given award. 1,000 rupees they used to give for each paper they publish it to encourage. Same thing happens in African countries. I have read a paper saying that they give them 5,000 to 10,000 and their currencies. That award is given for people who publish a paper. It helps securing a tenure track position. So that you can say that yes, publication is there, means we should allow them to continue the same job. It shows your flair as a scholarly expert. Publication is always becomes just like putting a flag on your career. Having the right publication at the right time will give one glory and opportunities for mobility. It enhances writing skills. Writing academic paper often involves collaboration with other scholars or scientists, multidisciplinary. This is what Dr. Sridevi was saying in the morning. Multidisciplinary research. We should be aware of all the departments, what work they are doing it. Beyond professor jobs, most jobs, at least academic publications as requirement, are desired attribute or in college and university administration. In many fields and universities, one wants to know how often one's papers have been cited, what is the H index. So in all publications, people write it and submit the CV for the job application, or then they write the paper, this impact factor, H index. So that is becomes a measuring criteria, because nowadays at the interview, the people who sit in the interview, they already somebody would have prepared the list of all the candidates based upon the publications, impact factor, H index and everything. So that they put in the order, they'll put it so that they know who is qualifying, who is not qualifying for the job. In many fields and universities, one wants to know how much. Finally, to seek an academic luminary or celebrity, it is mandated to publish papers. If you do not publish enough papers, it is difficult to retain the job. Existing job you cannot retain also, or get funding from the funding agencies. It is now desirable even at the undergraduate level of teaching. People teach only undergraduates, still they ask them to require publication. Preliminary findings, supportive publications open the door for grants. What about institutions? Is there a benefit for the institutions? We all talked about the teachers, why publication necessary. Now, that why Periyar Maniamma University has to support the research. What is their benefit? Institutions at both national and international levels are ranked based on number of grants. How many grants? How many people have got the grants here? How much money we got it? That means how much money these professors bring into the university. They bring 10 crores, 20 crores. Some universities say, oh, we got 100 crores grant. Some universities say 500 crores we got it. So competition among the universities, how much money they amassed through the professors' work, teachers' work. They receive the number of publications they produce and the impact of the research in society. See, the institutions are ranked based upon the number of grants, amount of grant, number of publications they generate every year. So all these things are assessed. This includes how the research solves problems. Additionally, not only that one, but also it has solved some national problems it should solve. Okay, on 1,000 papers you publish, is it any societal impact? Zero. That means you won't get a good ranking. So that also should be very necessary. Research solves problems and provides guidance as well as the number of patents they acquire. The patents becomes a commercialization also. To stand out among the other universities, a university needs to encourage research and provide an environment where researchers can thrive. There should not be any politics in research. So otherwise many people will leave the university and go away to another university where if they cannot thrive in the university. That's why the university has to support the teachers to conduct research amicably in a very good atmosphere, not in tension. To stand out environment where researchers can thrive, supporting faculty in obtaining grants is one way that the university can support them in making discoveries and in integrating, disseminating and applying those discoveries. That's why the research cell is there, research director is involved, where they able to go through your application for the grant and polish the language and see that your grant application goes to ICMR, DST, AACT, CSIR for award. So every university usually says that you should have a research cell. Then research director should be there who will be able to facilitate your grant application. To promote innovation and patenting, it would be beneficial for the university to establish a research cell. This would create a win-win situation for both the researchers and the university. So see NIRF ranking. When I go there, everybody says, sir, our ranking has improved this year. Now earlier we were 60, now we have become 50. Other people say, oh, from 40 we came to 30. Then they send a WhatsApp message at the bottom, they put a logo. We are at number 10, we are number 8, we are 30, we are 20. So I see messages coming from principal or professors, that becomes a very logo will be there at bottom. We are ahead of this university, of this college, we are competitors. So this government has done a very good idea, making them to compete with each other. So the creating tension among these universities, everybody wants to thrive for number one place. So Nature also brings out saying that Nature India gives Nature China also, then India, China, they also give ranking. Who is best? Nature, they are also giving the same thing. Every year comes out where Indian institutions stand. What is the world ranking? This one. Even US World Knows and Report, they also give ranking for among all the institutions, country-wise, institution-wise, within the country itself, they give. And among then where do our institutions among all the world rank, they don't come in the first 250. So again, that also because Chinese universities actually they're coming first 100. They are actually nowadays they are coming below 100 compared to of course US and UK. They take the spot. Germany, but China is competing vigorously. A number of institutions in the country. Of course, now our institutions in the country, universities have increased double like anything compared to that of every year. We are seeing the more and more universities are coming up. So these are the different. That's why I said Indian science ascending. It is not coming to keep on moving up and up. Next one, please. It is widely believed that writing is tedious and uninteresting, challenging, unproductive. People think that one. Instead of that one, many people find it easier to talk than to write, and they often struggle with writing tasks. Failures outnumber success in this regard. A large number of research scholars prefer to toil in the lab for 20 hours a day rather than instead of indulging in writing their own studies, because pen doesn't move on the paper. They find it difficult to put pen to paper and often rely on their guides or senior faculty members to handle this aspect. I can do experiments, you write it. They say to their guide. So guide has to write, guide cannot write, having 10 students, they cannot write papers for all the 10 students, take away time itself. So they insist the students at least to prepare a draft paper and give to their guide before leaving the lab after finishing the degree. That is a must. So you produce your thesis, you write your paper, make it a draft paper at least once or twice, let it revise and go back. Then you can leave the country or go to another college for your PhD or something else. Then guide can able to revise it, send to students, fix it and publish a paper. But if you don't write even a scrap also, I don't think that paper will come out anytime soon. They find it difficult to put pen to paper and often rely on their guides or seniors to handle it. When all else fails, they may opt for collaborative work or projects, preferring to rely on their colleagues' expertise. They prefer to stand on the shoulders of co-workers because of the pure communication. This is what I was telling you. You should take the help of English department people, so that our journalism department, they write very well. So how they can polish, put your papers, at least you can put your thoughts and everything. They should be able to write, make it a very nice paper. That is always a good thing to do it. Next one. Okay, this already from here onwards has already been covered by other speakers, and Dr. Balkumar also covered up all those things, so I don't want to do it. I'll stop here. Thank you so much. We can take some questions and make discussions. For next 15 minutes till 4:30 we can be here now, Dr. Balkumar. Till 4:30 we can be here. Okay. 15 minutes open discussion. Yeah. So
Thank you for the presentation, sir. Now the floor is open for discussion.
Anything about the topics, about the research, planning, and putting the things into paper and then publishing it. Those who are in the field, those who are writing already, good for you. Those who are beginning, those who are postgraduate students, if you already written some protocol, then you can think that whether your protocol is up to mark or where is the deficiency, why your pen doesn't move on the paper to write the protocol, that you can discuss. Anybody in online also they can discuss.
Yeah, anyone from overseas, gentlemen, you have anything to clarify here? You have anything? No.
Any postgraduates who are writing their protocols for master's degree?
Sir, if not, then we can go for the closing ceremony, sir. Let us move for the closing ceremony. I think. Yeah, anyone from online? Anyone would like to ask any question? Miss Nachemai, Dr. S.V. Bhakya Lakshmi, S. Rajkumar, Charu Shankar, anyone?
There are 45 people or something.
You unmute everyone. Unmute. Everyone, you unmute it. Oh, they will. Okay. Sir.
As you said, many of us finding difficult, including me, for a long time writing a research article, put a science as a sentence. It's finding difficult. So could you tell some tips so which they practice and it can be implemented to make a successful publication?
Yeah, this is a problem with most of us here in India, because we are not being taught very good English or composition. Even though there was a subject, of course, when I was studying in Karnataka, we used to have a composition class in middle school, starting from middle school itself. That used to be the last period. So always last period used to be off because of some function, somebody, dignitaries are coming to the school. So 3 to 4 or 4 to 5. So monthly possibly out of 4 or 5 classes, only one class used to be there. And we never used to learn composition. This is what happens nowadays. I don't know what is happening. At B.Pharm level, we had 2 years English, first year and second year. Even at MBBS also they had this one. BE also they had an English class. Now I heard from somebody about 10 to 15 years ago, throughout Karnataka, they abolished this English class. They say that professionals do not need language. They should focus mainly on the subject. Why do they need English? They scrapped everything. That was a big mistake they did it. They should not remove the English. Now wherever I am professor, I tell them that please introduce English composition class for the students, at least not for examination purposes, just to learn. 1 hour you should have it at least weekly once or twice. So don't make any examination, other people will not attend the classes. Let them learn and give them some exercise option. They can do at home, or if they want they can bring it to the teacher and do it. So in all US universities, it is a must. That is, there is a research planning courses there, scientific writing courses there. They have to take 2 courses in US universities. The person who contributed chapter to my book, they say that he was teaching research ethics also, patenting they were teaching, and also research planning, those courses, scientific publishing. There is about 2 or 3 credits you have to take in the course. It is compulsory. In Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, my first book has been prescribed as a syllabus for them for reading. Appearing for a PhD entrance examination, they have to go through the research. UGC has made compulsory the research planning. That is a research methodology. They have to follow it, and there are a couple of questions are there in that one. So those things we are lacking. It is not compulsory for people to learn, but universities should put this one as a non-binding. Then the people learn about it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, thank you very much for your very active participation, sir. Please be seated, sir. Okay, dear delegates, we are nearing to the end of symposium. We would like to announce the names of some active delegates who have actively participated by asking question. For that, we would like to honor them. Okay, minor correction. We would like to honor them because of their active participation since morning. First, Mr. Joseph, MAM, College of Engineering, please come forward. He has raised a very good question. I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to honor the participant. Sir. Next, I would like to call Miss Sugitra Devi from Kalam College of Pharmacy. Kalam College of Pharmacy, Avanam. Next, we would like to call upon Sister Mary Diana from Department of Social Work, Periyar Maniammai Institute of Science and Technology. From the same department, we would like to call Mr. J. Edilberg, Department of Social Work. Next, I would like to call upon the very dynamic person of Department of Social Work, Dr. Anand Gerald Sebastian. He was the one who initiated the question in morning after Dr. Kumar. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you very much for your active participation. Now, let us distribute the certificates. Finally, we would like to provide a honor, to Mr. Arun and Mrs. Sakti, who have been involving in shaping of the symposium for the past 2 months. Mr. Arun from the Office of Research and Development, we request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to honor him. அதெல்லாம் அடுத்தது. Yeah, research and development, and the another hand of Arun, Mrs. Sakti. Thank you. Okay, now we call Mr. Vimal Kumar and Mrs. Vimal Kannan, Mr. Vimal Kannan and Mrs. Sangeeta to come and collect the certificates of participants from Dr. Kalam College of Pharmacy, Avanam. Totally 39 certificates are there, Mr. Vimal Kumar, Vimal Kannan. அடுத்து யாருப்பா? அடுத்து லிஸ்ட் எங்க மேடம்? லிஸ்ட் ஒன்றா கொடுங்க. இது யாரு? பெரிய ட்ரெஸ் விட்டுருங்க. ஓகே, 41. Totally 41 certificates. Okay. பேர் சொல்லுங்க. Now let me call upon Mr. Bonestong from Algeria, who has participated in this particular symposium. கட்டிடு வெளியிடுங்க. இப்படி கொடுத்தீங்க. அது இல்லை இந்த போன்ஸ்டாங் எதமா போய் கொடுக்குறீங்க? இது யாரு? பொண்ணா? மிஸ் ஜூலி, come and collect your certificate. அடுத்து Mr. Kaal, please come and collect your certificate. ஆமாங்க சார், பின்னாடி வாசல். எதுக்கு சார்? ட்ரிபிள் ஏ சார். எஸ் சார், அல்ஜீரியா இன்டர்நேஷனல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். சார் ஜூலி, this one. Yes, Mr. Kaal. இருக்காரா? Next I call Mr. Vivek Nijandan from Periyar Centenary Polytechnic College to come and collect the certificate, participation certificate, offline. Next கொடுங்க. இது யாரு? Next Mr. Vishal Tara Kumaran, going to join University of Prince Edward Island, Canada, going to pursue his biology degree. Next we call Miss Nautika from Prist University. Nautika. Next we call Mr. Joseph Arun Prasad from MAM School of Engineering for his active participation. அது வேற வாங்கத்தா சார். அடுத்து Next we call Mr. Hariharan from Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy. Mr. Hariharan, Mr. Suresh, Mr. Tamilarasan, Mr. Irulappan. All of you come and collect a certificate together. ஒரு ஃபோட்டோ எடுத்துங்க. அடுத்து இவ்வளோ ரிசர்ச் மற்றவங்க அவ்வளோதான் எல்லாம் கொடுத்தாச்சா? இல்லை வந்தவங்க மட்டும் கொடுங்க. ஓகே, அடுத்து ரிசர்ச் ஸ்காலர் சர்டிஃபிகேட் அவர் சாரை கொடுத்துட்றேன். Now I request Dr. Kumaran to come and collect the certificate of Dr. Kumaran and Dr. Jayasiman. Please come and collect the certificate of our research scholar. You both are responsible for this. யாரை கூப்பிடுவோம்? Now we request Dr. Komadi to come and collect the certificate of faculty members who participated in this symposium, international symposium. We humbly thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor for his precious time to